Our public consultation of City Council for Monday, August 14th, 2023 to order. Just before I get started, I just wanted to those that are watching, I just wanted to welcome Ryan McIver and also Michelle to here. So anybody that's watching, Brian is our new General Manager of Community Service. So welcome, Ryan. So you're welcome. And then welcome to everybody in the gallery as well. So. All right, our first order of business is 2. We have the corporate officer to read aloud the notice of public consultation session. So Brenda, over to you.
Thank you. This public consultation is being held to respond to comments received from anyone that may be affected by the proposed amendments to the city's official community plan bylaw. OCP Amendment 2303, Bylaw 4565, proposes to redesignate the property located at 709 100B Avenue from light industrial to downtown mixed use. And there were no comments received in opposition to this redesignation, and there were no written responses received.
Okay, thank you. Any correspondence or delegations?
There was none.
No? Okay. So I'll call 3 times for comments. So I'll call once for comments. Calling 2 times for comments.
Sorry, what just happened? I'm not...
Oh, we're just doing a public consultation. So yeah. And calling 3 times for comments. And there being no comments, I'm going to close the public consultation session. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call to order our public hearing of City Council for Monday, August 14th, 2023. First order of business 2, corporate officer to read aloud the notice of public hearing. So 2.1, Brenda.
Thank you. This public hearing is being held to hear from anyone that may be affected by the proposed amendments to both the city's official community plan bylaw and zoning bylaw. OCP Amendment Bylaw 4565 proposes to redesignate the property located at 709 100B Avenue from light industrial to downtown mixed use, and Zoning Amendment Bylaw 4566 proposes to change the zoning of the same property from M1 light industrial to C2 general commercial. This public hearing also includes amendments that are proposed within Zoning Amendment Bylaw 4567 regarding the property located at 741 Highway 2, which would amend the zoning from C2 General Commercial to C4 Service Commercial. And again, there were no comments received.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to go on to 2.2? Or was that?
I included that in.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. No correspondence and delegations?
None.
No, okay. So I'll call once for comments, twice for comments, 3 times for comments. Hearing no comments, I will close the public hearing. Next, I'm just going to actually move slides here. So I'd like to call our regular meeting of City Council for Monday, August 14th, 2023 to order. So first order of business is delegations. But before I get into that, we had a little presentation we wanted to give. So Brenda, our corporate officer, has spent a lot of time with the city. I've had the privilege of spending the last 3 years with Brenda, the last year as the mayor, and I can't say enough how much she does behind the scenes and wants no recognition for it, but she has helped me so much through this process, and the learning curve is very steep for all of us, and Brenda is always here for us, and especially me. She's helped me a lot and keeps me going in a direction when I veer off a little bit. So Brenda, we just wanted to thank you for everything that you've done for the city, and then also everything that you just do every day for us. So we have a little bouquet of flowers for you, and we'd like to get a picture with everybody with you. And it's nice that Jeff happens to be here as well too. So that wasn't planned.
As your going away present, we're deviating from the agenda.
Thank you. I got tears.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm shaking.
I think we should get everybody out for a picture.
Maybe one of those.
Get the city stuff.
Oh my.
People leave it. Yeah.
Get everybody.
Yeah, we need everybody.
speech.
Yeah.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Alright guys, squish a
You
little
guys
bit.
get up here.
Squish a little
Come
bit.
on,
Devin, that's you, Ryan, Michelle.
help me.
I think we need to do a short, tall shuffle just a little bit.
Short, tall shuffle.
Devin time.
Councillor Earl, yeah. Alright. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. I will put him.
So that being said, we'll try not to challenge Brenda too much today on her last day. So our Great, so our first order of business is 2 delegations. So 2.1, we have Michelle Mobley, Literacy Outreach Coordinator, Literacy Now in attendance regarding the proclamation declaring September 2023 as Literacy Month. So welcome, Michelle. Make sure I grab the right one here. So whereas literacy is key in providing opportunity for Canadians to increase their success in today's complex world, as literacy is no longer simply reading and writing. And whereas engaging children and youth in literacy programming ensures the best possible environment for which they can become lifelong learners. And whereas strong literacy skills are vital to our country's social and economic development, literacy offers everyone an opportunity to contribute to the education, growth, and prosperity of Canada and the well-being of our communities. And whereas many organizations across British Columbia and Canada, including Dawson Creek Literacy, now demonstrate their commitment to literacy by creating culture of community-based literacy and learning. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Literacy Month. So, you're welcome. There you go. Thank you very much. I don't know if you wanted to say something or... I kind of throw people on the spot, but it's okay. Perfect.
You said it all.
Okay.
So, well,
Awesome. Well, thank you, and
very
thank you for
much.
everything you do.
Thanks.
So, you're welcome. Charlie, can I get that? Couple tears still from Brenda. Next is 2.2. We have Tiffany, Tourism Coordinator, Tourism Dawson Creek in attendance regarding the proclamation declaring September 2023 as Be a Tourist in Your Own Town Month. So welcome, Tiffany. Whereas the tourism industry within Dawson Creek is a major contributor to our local economy, and whereas it is deemed desirable to designate Be a Tourist in Your Own Town Month to raise awareness of the remarkable attractions and experience within Dawson Creek, thus encouraging residents to visit and become more aware of the value of tourism resources. And whereas the enlightened awareness will lead to a better understanding of the value of tourism within our community. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim the month of September 2023 as Be a Tourist in Your Own Town. So, thank you. Congratulations. I think one thing too with tourism, it's not, to me, and this council, it's not just about Be a Tourism in Dawson Creek as a whole. It's this whole Peace region as an area. There is so many beautiful areas, venues, and not only in Dawson Creek, but in the surrounding, communities as well. So it's just such an important thing, and we have such a beautiful country. So congratulations. So, there you go. Did you want to say anything, or you can if you'd like? That's on there.
Okay, so we're gonna have a calendar going out of different things you can do in town for the month of September. There will be a book walk and different activities. And then we'll watch our Facebook page and our website, and we'll keep it updated on what you can do and any other events that are happening. We're still doing some research, but it will be coming out shortly.
Okay, awesome. That sounds exciting. So, awesome. Thanks, Tiffany. Oh, you want a picture? Did you get one with Michelle? Or did you want?
No, do you mind just?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. Michelle, yeah. I have to call you back up for a speech, Michelle, so.
Yeah, no speeches, just
Yeah,
photos.
yeah. Thought you got off easy.
That's
eh?
right.
Perfect, thank you. I'm gonna start going the other way. All right, our next order of business is 2.3. We have Daryl Kriker, President, and Jeff Ginter, General Manager of the Dawson Creek Curling Club, in attendance regarding the 2022-2023 annual report. So, welcome. Welcome to both of you, and nice to meet you this morning, Daryl. You just push the button on that mic there. I will turn it on. There you
All
go.
right.
And the floor is all yours.
Thanks very much for having us this morning. I'd like to start by thanking the City of Dawson Creek for acknowledging the importance of organizations like the Dawson Creek Curling Club in the city's strategic priorities for 2022 to 2026, especially as it relates to the city's support of tournaments and events, which in turn bring additional tourism to our community. Having that kind of support from the city is tremendously important as the curling club moves forward. You all received a copy of our annual report from the past year to give you some background on the excellent year that we've experienced. Our membership numbers are pretty solid, and we were able to expose 120 new participants to curling last year. We hosted several very successful bonspiels, including the 50th Mile Zero Cash Spiel with 35 teams from across Western Canada and 2 teams coming out from Japan. There were $52,000 in prize money was available for teams that were successful. Our mixed annual bonspiel had 22 teams entered. Again, a popular event. For several years now, we've combined the men's and ladies bonspiels to the same weekend, and we did that again this last year with 36 teams entered. We had a seniors interclub bonspiel, which hosted 12 teams. The elementary curling program celebrated its 40th anniversary with a bonspiel that had 10 teams participating. And in spring and fall, we host a friends and family fun bonspiel to encourage new curlers, anybody who's interested, and that saw 22 teams entered. Our support from local businesses has been tremendous, unprecedented, with over 180 businesses contributing $70,000 in cash and $27,000 in merchandise and in-kind support towards these events. It's unprecedented. Our partnerships with Curl BC, the provincial organization in this province, and Curling Alberta, the provincial organization in Alberta, has benefited our curling club in management, training, proceeds from raffles, and strategic planning. So we're pretty pumped, and we think we're ready to step up our game. We have a management team and a board of directors who are keen to apply to host competitions at a provincial and national level, which is why Jeff and I are here today. Obviously, one of the features a curling club can't do without is good ice. It's critical for the Dawson Creek Curling Club if it hopes to continue its current level of success. And for us to make a successful application to host a provincial or national event competition, we must be able to ensure that if we are the successful host candidate, we have ice available during the scheduled tournament. The City of Dawson Creek owns the Dawson Creek Curling Club building, as well as the Memorial Arena and the refrigeration plant that provides services to both. With repairs planned to the Memorial Arena in the future, the interruption of refrigeration supplied to the Dawson Creek Curling Club is a distinct possibility. Our current lease with the city for the Curling Club building is a little light on assurances around ice availability. So our request to the City of Dawson Creek is simply that the council ask the Chief Administrative Officer or their designate to review our current lease for ways to firm up the assurance around ice availability, in the hope that we can come up with a path that allows the Dawson Creek Curling Club to continue its current level of success, as well as to pursue a higher profile tournament to the benefit of our curling club and the City of Dawson Creek. thanks for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Perfect. Thank you, Daryl. And thank you for the annual report, too. It was nice how it was laid out and very detailed and went through a lot of things.
Thank you.
So that's great to see, so thank you.
We're pretty proud of it.
Yeah, I would be. It was really good. It was nice to read. So I will open it up to council first for if there's any questions. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I would agree with his worship. It was a wonderful report. I congratulate the curling club, your board, your members on such great success. My youngest daughter is a member of the elementary curling, and she absolutely loves it. And I thank you for continuing to introduce curling to our youth. As far as ice quality, how many events have you actually had to cancel in the last 5 years because the city couldn't maintain ice for you?
Good question.
Any of our cancellations were more related to COVID than they were ice.
Oh, okay.
So in the last 5 years, the only challenge we've had around ice has been the year that our pad was replaced in 2017, I believe. So we're just out of that 5-year window.
Okay.
And the city accommodated us by giving us about 3.5 or 4 weeks of ice at the Encana Center in those days.
Okay.
Ryan will remember those circumstances and everything related to that. But that's the only time so far that we've had that interruption. Other than we've had some unforeseen mechanical issues at times that have cost us a few days here and there.
Right.
A year ago, we were in a circumstance, maybe even 2 years ago, we were in a circumstance where a pipe broke in the plant. We were fortunate it was real cold outside. It was dead of winter. Had we had to wait about another 6 hours, we would have lost our ice. That's the only time that's been that close.
Oh, okay.
We actually we kind of adapted, if you want to call it, to try and give them a few more hours, and it really came down to hours. So if we were within about 6 hours of losing our ice that year. But that's the only time so far.
Okay. Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any other questions? Councillor Parslow.
I had to smile when you raised that issue because of our past discussions. So how can we assure anything in these days? I mean, one can try your darnest, but I mean, catastrophes do happen. So how can one ever have 100% assurance about anything? I'd like to understand your perspective on that.
I don't think we can ever have 100% assurance. But I think to have the discussion and to have some alternatives in mind, a plan to have a backup in the event of mechanical issues, and as well around scheduling of repairs at the Memorial Arena, for example, if there's a firm plan there, that we can work around that. Those are kind of the things that I had in mind to try and make sure that we're both working towards the same objective, and that we can ensure that there is ice available in the event that we're successful in hosting a tournament of a higher profile, in addition to what we've already got going.
Yeah. Right. So I appreciate some of those aspects, right, such as cooperative planning and et cetera. But I just have problems with the word assurance. That has all sorts of connotations legally, and I just don't know how it can ever be achieved.
Yeah.
If I can just add to what Daryl said, I don't think the club's looking for, I mean, in the past, there's been words like guarantee thrown out there, warranty, things like that. We're not looking for that kind of a concept. What we're looking for is something that adds a little bit of strength and stability to the lease agreement. If we go to apply for a national event right now, for example, we're not going to get it because our lease agreement is a little bit light on that perspective. And I think all we're asking council to do right now is empower the CAO, the new Community Services Director, I suspect the manager, Ryan, and ourselves to have an opportunity to just dialogue about how that could be strengthened to mutually benefit both parties. So you guys talk about sport tourism as an important piece in the community. We agree. We want to promote that. You made it clear in your priorities that that's important from a council perspective. We're starting a month early this year so that we can encourage new players to be in the facility and to do some things that enhance our ability to offer tourism and sport tourism. Your Worship, you mentioned the regional component when it comes to things that are attractive in the region. Right now, we're the most attractive club in the region. And I don't think we're blowing our own horn saying that. It's just the reality of it. But we want to expand beyond the region and be more attractive to the players that are coming from Western Canada and the players that are coming from overseas. This year's Cash Bonspiel, for example, we've already got teams from Japan and Korea registered. So it's a good sign, and it helps that we've had some success in the past hosting those teams. But I think right now, if we're going to expand and get large in terms of a national event, that'll bring television coverage and 1,000 people looking for rooms and restaurants. It's critical that we have an opportunity to at least address the issues related to refrigeration in the lease. And all we're asking council to do is empower us to do that with the CAO and or as designate, and then through the CAO come back to council with some recommendations if it makes sense for both parties.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Apollonio.
Great to see you again, Jeff. Just to say thank you from our community, especially, we normally hold our banquets there. It was a very good place for us, especially, we love to gather. And of course, there's the community. So thank you very much and for the wonderful rate that you are giving to us. So yeah, we're able to gather and we're gathering the community together. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome. You and I will be talking soon, hopefully, about getting some of your association members into our rink in September.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. If there's no other questions, I had a couple. One, I just wanted to, I know you opened with that this council is very thankful for all the organizations in our community, but we truly are. And seeing what you've done over the years, the curling club as a whole is in great shape because of, the board, everybody that's involved. So I just wanted to send a thank you to everybody. And it's definitely a huge part of our community and our, it helps drive our economy. So it's a great thing. So thank you. One thing back to just the wording in there. So when you apply for the national ones, do you have to submit a copy of the lease? Is that where you run into
Yeah, there's no way we're going to be allowed to host an event at a national level, for example, unless we have something that's a little bit more solid when it comes to the ability to have refrigeration.
Because they look at that lease directly.
Yeah, and there's so much planning, as you can expect, that it goes on. Even for a provincial championship, it's since the lease has been re-signed and since it's taken effect in January of 2022, we haven't applied for a regional, a provincial, or a national championship. And it's because of the wording in that piece. So, and I know there's some councillors that have the history of that conversation previous. I completely respect that, but I also respect that there's some new faces here. And I think there's an opportunity to just explore what we can do a little bit better. That's all together.
Okay. Perfect. Well, I think it's, really clear what the ask is. So when it comes back later in Mayor's business, we'll bring that forward. So once again, just want to, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for coming in and also to present your annual report. There's a lot of great information in there. And also, I think one thing we didn't touch on was the youth. I know Councillor McDonald did a little bit, but I know the youth curling program is very successful as well. So that's an important part for us. And those youth are going to be our next leaders in this community. And I think we've seen it over the last couple of years. Some of them have been succeeding at different levels of curling, and that's a direct result of the programming. And so, so just a huge thank you, and we'll definitely deal with this later on. So thanks. Thank you, and thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
So.
Thanks very much for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome, Daryl. Thanks, Jeff. Next order of business, we have 2.4. We have Jennifer Critcher, Vice President of BC Grain Producers Association, and Sarah Prubashowski, Office Administrator, in attendance regarding the permissive tax exemption for agriculture organizations. So welcome, ladies, and I hope I came somewhat close to pronouncing your name correctly, Sarah. Welcome, Jennifer. If you just push the button on your mic there, I'll turn it on. There you go. Okay. Welcome, and the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you, everyone. This is always so intimidating. I'll do my best. So I am currently not the vice president. I'm past vice president.
Okay.
That's okay. This is just a recent change at our last AGM. I stepped down as vice president and I've came on as staff with the BC Grain Producers.
Oh.
So that's a change that just happened. So today I'm here to talk to you about our application for the tax exemption. I'd also give you an overview of the BC Grain Producers, our strategic plan, our strategic goals as an association, what we do as far as stakeholder engagement, our research, involvement with projects interprovincially, and then our advocacy work. And then what we're really here to talk about is the Dawson Creek building. So our association membership consists of grains and oilseed producers from around the region. To become a member of our association, you have to pay what's called a grain levy when you sell your grain, and that gives you membership to our organization. So it truly is an organization that represents grain and oilseed producers. We're overseen by a board of 8 directors. Those are grain and oilseed producers from around the region. We actually have a full board now. One of the reasons why I stepped down is because there was ample people wanting to go onto our board. So for the first time in 4 years, we actually have a full 8-director board. So it's really exciting. And lots of them are new and young producers. So we have people that have been on the board for 10 years and people that are new on the board and they're young farmers. So it's really exciting.
Thanks.
Our current membership consists of about 300 grain and oilseed producers from around the province, with 250 of those being in the BC Peace region. Of those 250 grain and oilseed producers, it represents 350,000 acres within the Peace region. Our vision statement, so when we know that we're successful, is that grain producers in BC are profitable, sustainable, and recognized as providers of safe, high-quality food. And our mission, our goal for the association, is to support and connect grain producers in BC by providing a collective voice, information, and regionally relevant research. So our strategic goals in there is stakeholder engagement. So making sure that we are the grain producers coming to people like yourselves and educating them about what's going on with the Grain Producers Association and building those relationships. Research, I'll touch on that later, but making sure that we are doing regionally relevant information. Our region is very unique as far as agriculture goes, and we need to make sure that we are doing credible testing of what's going on in agriculture. If there are things that work for producers in our region. Organizational health, making sure that we're building an organization that's healthy and sustainable. And then advocacy work. We do a lot of work for advocacy across the provincial landscape as well as the federal landscape, making sure that our region is represented and grain and oilseed producers in BC are represented. We do lots of mail-outs, newsletters, making sure that producers are engaged in what's going on in provincial and federal politics, as well as the local level. We do seminars that share our research and what we're doing, and then we do farm tours as well. Our research focus used to be in the small plot research, and now we've switched to a field scale research program. So this is truly farmer focused research, and it's producer led research. So a producer, if they want to try a new agricultural agronomic practice on their farm, we assist them with collecting that data, assist them with managing any problems that they're having on that research trial. And then it's a lot of sharing that information to new and young farmers. Agriculture is a very difficult industry to get into, and it's a very difficult industry to sustain. And so we want to make sure that we're making those collaborative efforts so that young farmers and the more experienced farmers can share that information with each other. So we're in our second year of this field research program, and these are the trials that we have. We have canola variety trials, we have fertility trials, we have seed treatment trials, sharing of different equipment type trials, and then just side-by-side trials comparing different varieties of different cereals. We're also involved in the Living Labs project, which is an interprovincial research program with Agriculture Canada. And this is a really interesting project because it's cross-border, cross-commodity. So it involves many different stakeholders. 9 different research groups from around the BC and Alberta Peace region are working on this project. So it's very interesting. Advocacy work. We are a provincially and federally recognized association. So we have the ability to go down to Victoria once a year, and we go and meet with the different provincial governments. And it's and talk about the things that are impacting agriculture in the Peace regions, particularly because that's where we have most of our producers. We talk about carbon tax, something that we've been talking about regularly, just carbon tax on grain drying. We talk about environmental and climate conditions that are impacting our producers. And then the cumulative impacts. We've had a lot of major weather events that have impacted agriculture producers across the Peace region, and how those cumulative impacts are impacting the bottom lines of producers. So we've done a lot of advocacy work on that component. These are our provincial affiliations and our federal affiliations. So we have a unique position being located in the Peace region to represent a whole province. So a lot of these different groups seek us out because then they get across Canada representation. So we are in a really unique position to represent our producers. We've met with all different levels of government. We've met with the both federal and provincial agriculture ministers. We've had the opportunity to meet with them several times, so we are definitely able to get the voice for the Peace region at those provincial and federal levels. We were one of our directors was one of 9 people that was directly sitting on a committee that was on the Regenerative Ag and Agritech Advisory Committee. So that's really great for our region. There was nobody south of Quesnel other than our representation. So we were really able to have a really strong voice on that committee, and that's going to influence policy for agriculture going forward in our province. And now the building. So the building was built in the early to mid 2000s. It was built through levy dollars and funding from the provincial government to build this research facility. This research facility was built specifically for our small plot research that we used to do on the Rolla Road outside of town. It was specific to that purpose. It housed all of our equipment, did all of our laboratory testing. In 2020, we shut down our small plot research and we've pivoted to this field scale research, which I spoke about. But we still have this great facility. And so this facility right now, we've opened it up to other agriculture associations to further, we have a meeting room as well as office space for them. So currently we have the Peace Region Forage Seed Association, as well as the Peace River Forage Association of BC working in our facility. So we're all sharing the facility with the hopes of building that out, that we can accommodate other agriculture associations and make this an agricultural hub for agriculture to work out, because meeting space sometimes can be expensive for agriculture associations. So by opening our doors to other associations, we're hoping to do that. It's mostly warehouse space and yard space and we have 3 offices, a boardroom, and then we have a lab. We recently just hired a new researcher. She has a PhD in agriculture, so we're really excited to have somebody of that caliber coming to do our research. So it will elevate our research up to in the scientific world. So we've recently just hired her on and in hopes to build upon the laboratory that we have in this building to further support agriculture in the region. So I'm coming to you guys as we were previously in the previous tax exemption. So up until I believe it was 2021, we weren't paying any taxes on our building. Now we're paying taxes on our building, and it's significantly impacting our budgets. Our taxes for the building are 5% of our budget. That is taking away money that we can put directly into agriculture research or because most funding does not cover taxes as part of the funding models. And once again, if you eat, you're involved in agriculture. So a healthy, vibrant agricultural sector is crucial to everybody. And the city of Dawson Creek was built on agriculture. That is everything I have, just under the wire.
I wasn't even watching that, but you were. Yeah, good job. Thank you, Jennifer and Sarah. And I mean, your ending remarks there, agriculture is who we are, and that's, what created this community. So, it's definitely at the top of the list. So it's, great that you came in and presented this too. And I had the opportunity to meet you a little while ago and learn a little bit. And then I get a tour, I think it's next week. So I'm looking forward to that. So I didn't know a lot of what you did, so I appreciate this. So I'll open it up to council. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you both for your presentation. It's an interesting organization I know a little bit about, but it's always great to learn more. I have two questions. The first is just kind of a general interest. What, if any, with respect to your research and the work you do, what, if any, association do you have with NLC? Do you have work studies, summer students? I know they have a 2-year transfer diploma program for science.
We currently don't have anything. Once again, it's just in our second year of, we just hired a research, but we're open to anything, like to build our research. We want to help the community as well as the agriculture sector. So I actually didn't even think of that. So that's a great opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not my place to speak on their behalf, but I would be very surprised if they weren't. It wouldn't be worth having a conversation with them, because I know when I was in university, work-study program with local nonprofits, were a great way to make a bit of money in the summer and get some much-needed experience for when you get out of university with a bachelor's degree. And it's like, great, you wrote a 20-page paper, but can you use Excel? So just a thought. A second one, and I'm going to ask because I know it's some pushback I'm likely to get. So I wanted to pose it to you as a steward of the public's resources. Your organization is a nonprofit, but it's a membership nonprofit, and all the members are for-profit businesses, the vast majority of which don't actually reside in the city of Dawson Creek and contribute directly to taxes. So when a business who is in town paying taxes, or a little old lady on a fixed income asks me why she should effectively be subsidizing for-profit businesses out of town, what would your response be?
So our membership isn't like a paid membership. It's a deduction that's taken from the sales of grain, and then it goes into what's the Grain Industry Development Council's pockets, and then we actually apply for that money. So it's kind of just to explain how the whole thing works. But a healthy, vibrant agriculture community is important to everybody. Everybody has experienced the high cost of food in the last couple of years. So making sure, and we say for profit in agriculture. I don't know if you've been involved in an agriculture operations, but the margins are very tight. But everybody is involved in agriculture, and we need to support agriculture because to make sure that we have healthy, sustainable food source for our community, I think is really important. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat. I mean, I'm sure I'll still get pushback.
Oh, for sure.
But I just, as I have those conversations, I wanted to know how you'd respond if you were me. So.
Well, and you could also those people also shop in Dawson Creek, buy their equipment in Dawson Creek, support Dawson Creek businesses as well. So Dawson Creek has been an agricultural hub, and I know that my personal farm, we do all of our business in Dawson Creek. So we can say that we're supporting the local businesses through that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I appreciated my colleague's question there. I was thinking along the same lines. We're also a hub for trucking. This community is a hub for trucking. What if we grant this to your organisation? How could we deny the BC Truckers Association for the same request? And there may be others as well. I mean,
yes, and it is a fair point for sure. The building was built in Dawson Creek because of the tax exemption that was granted to us that we had before. We had the opportunity to build outside the Dawson Creek, and we chose to build our building within Dawson Creek. And I also understand where you're coming from as well. This is a difficult time financially for lots of businesses. We are also looking to the city of Dawson Creek to be creative. We don't necessarily need a tax exemption. There could be opportunities for sponsorship of our programs or something like that through a reduced rate in taxes. We're open to have discussions with you how we can be creative through the support of our association.
Councillor Parslow.
yes, there's no argument for me about the importance of agriculture and appreciation for farmers and ranchers. Just what is the amount of your tax right now? What is the amount of the permissive tax exemption you're applying for?
Our building taxes are currently $20,000.
And the exemption you're asking for is?
We left it open to after this discussion to see what would we be willing to. I mean, we're willing to be flexible. We understand. Like we went from 0 to 20,000 from 1 year. So when we first heard about what was going to happen with the taxes, we were told that it would be upwards of $15,000. We were like, okay, well, that's a tough pill to swallow, but but going from $0 to $20,000 has been a substantial hit for our organization.
Okay, won't ask any more. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other questions?
I have one. Just with regard-
Oh, you can't. Yeah, you can't. Sorry. Yeah. I had one. I think, I appreciate what's been said here, and that the agricultural is outside of our boundaries and doesn't directly impact our taxes, but it indirectly does in a lot of ways. Like there's those folks use our community. There's lots of spin-off from that, so I understand that part for sure. Have you had any dialogue with the Peace River Regional District about any kind of grants or anything that they might have to assist in this?
I've had some preliminary conversations with them about it, but as soon as in regards to the building is in Dawson Creek.
Yeah.
And so that's what they said. It would be there's nothing that they can do as far as grants for a building that's within the city limits.
Yeah, I think grants for tax purposes, possibly. There might be other avenues that could be explored because, the bulk of what you do is for the Peace River Regional District residents. So, okay. And then I guess just to staff, in our criteria for the tax exemption, where would this type of facility fall? Or is it just left strictly on council to determine what that percentage is, or based on that outline, where would it fall?
Yeah, so through your worship, the current policy that you have adopted, the BC grain growers unfortunately doesn't fall within really any of the categories that were identified, because you have places of worship, and then you have social, and you have sport related. And so, but again, it's a permissive tax exemption, so council always has that ability, to make those decisions. But of course, the policy is there to guide you and to, so as Councillor Parslow kind of alluded to, is as soon as you step out of that, then it will open that door to others, seeking that relaxation of the policy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I think that's all the questions I had. I guess the ask, Jennifer, is just for us later on to do, in our permissive tax exemption, when we go through that, we go through it, each individual one. So is there an ask on top of that, or is that?
No, that's the only ask. But it's also a great opportunity for our organization to come and present to you guys as well, to know what's going on in our organization. So I appreciate that, and I understand that you guys have to do what you got to do. But it's an opportunity for us to come speak to you as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it because, I felt a little bad that I didn't really even know that you guys were in the community before until I, had that conversation with you. And so to learn more, it's invaluable in what that brings to us. So we appreciate that. So.
Yeah, and Dawson Creek's really lucky to have, we're provincially and federally recognized organization. And so for some area like Dawson Creek to have us based out here is really a great thing for the city as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I might have missed this, but did you say how many staff do you have in total?
We have our full-time researcher, which we just hired in the middle of July, and then me and Sarah, who are part-time.
Okay, excellent. Okay, well, thank you again for coming in and this presentation. I really appreciate it, and I know we all do, and I look forward to coming next week too to learn a lot more. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next order of business 2.5, we have Joanne Quarmby, Water and Wastewater Specialist, Quarmby Environment, and Morgan McClure, Engineer in Training, Urban Systems in attendance regarding the liquid waste management plan. So, welcome, Joanne and Morgan.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us to talk today on liquid waste and your sewage system. So what I'd like to do today is to give you an overview to your sewage system, talk a bit about regulatory and moving on to what your options are moving into the future. This is a complex subject that I'm going to be talking about, so this is just an overview, and I'll be more than happy to have further discussions with you all in the future. You have a lagoon system at the moment, and the discharge actually goes to Dawson Creek. Well, it goes to a wetland, which then overflows into Dawson Creek. Your system is relatively old. There have been upgrades over the years, with the most significant upgrades being in 2012. This was your reclaimed water facility. Your system, because of the way it is and what it does, it is subject to both federal and provincial regulatory requirements. Federal legislation is pretty easy. It's a single regulation, and there are certain criteria that you have to meet. These criteria are to do with organic matter, which we call BOD, solids, we call TSS, and then ammonia, chlorine, and toxicity to fish. Chlorine is not an issue for you, but the other parameters are. In this last winter, around January time, your effluent was acutely toxic to fish. It was declared acutely toxic because of the tests that we did at the time. There's also risks for your facility to not meet the federal requirements for the organic matter, for the suspended solids, and also for ammonia. So quite a few parameters there in the federal regulation that you're showing a bit of risk towards. Provincially, a lot more complex. The provincial regulations are complex for wastewater, and you actually have a permit. Your permit is really, really old. It was one of the first permits that was actually ever issued in BC. It was issued in 1969, and it has been updated over the years. What does it actually do? It tells you a lot of things, your permit, but for the purpose of our discussion today, the key parameters of interest are for your discharge to the creek, where you have requirements for both flow and for quality. And then you've also got some reclaimed water quality requirements as well. We're not going to talk about those today. I've got low concerns over those, but we do have concerns regarding your flow and your quality to the creek and the ability to meet your permit. So the BC permit actually states that you have a certain volume that you can discharge to the creek in any one day. And your flows that come into the plant are occasionally on the high side, and it's not because of sewage. It's because of storm flows. So precipitation, rainfall, snow melt, people's basements filling up, so people are pumping out of their basements, and where do they put the water? If there's nowhere for that water to go, they put it to the sanitary sewer system. So there are times when your flows increase, and it's not because of sewage, it's mainly clean water. So when this happens, you run into a situation where you have to discharge more than what your permit allows you to do. But your permit has a clause. It says that you can discharge a higher amount as long as you meet a dilution in the creek. However, you get into problems with that because there can be challenges to actually firstly measure those flows in the creek. If there's ice cover, if the creek is raging, it's difficult to get people down there. It's difficult to put infrastructure in that creek. It could get damaged. So it's hard to do something automated, and it's hard to send people down there for safety reasons. And then times when you have actually measured the dilution or measured the flow in the creek, trying to actually maintain that dilution can be a challenge. So you're caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place with your flows. You're seeing some challenges there. City staff, though, have recognised this, and there are solutions that have been put in place. And the operations staff, though, these aren't easy solutions. They are juggling. So they are trying to juggle storage. They're trying to juggle perhaps releasing more at a different time, trying to send more to the reclaimed water facility, trying to send people down there and juggling, is that safe or is that not? And if it's not safe, of course, people can't go and measure creek flows. All these solutions are interim. So these are only available for a certain length of time, and even then it's showing it's fragile. You also have quality issues. So I talked about BOD and TSS. So your organic matter and your solids are elevated at times. The organic matter is because biology doesn't really want to work in low temperatures, and your winters get very cold here, lagoons get very cold, things want to hibernate in the cold, including your bacteria. So you can have problems with your physical treatment, And then the solids, you can get problems because you have a lagoon system. And there's dynamics with a lagoon. You'll get stirring up of sediments, you get moving around in temperatures, so you get the water just circulating round. You get algal growth, which is really great. It does polish up your effluent, but it causes a solids issue. And that can also cause a toxicity issue as well to fish. Again, city staff have recognised this and there are solutions in place. But these solutions, again, are looking at being an interim basis. They will only serve you for a length of time. You have a reclaim system, which is a good system. And I threw in another acronym there, your SAGA, which is, if you've been down there, you don't really see much. It's just a mass of brown soil. It is a good system. It works for you. It's able to help, but it's not able to provide a long-term solution for you. Operations staff do ongoing checks and repairs, especially for the aeration system, to try and keep your biology going as much as they can. Again, balancing storage and release, but we're coming down to where we've only got a certain length of time here that these solutions can be juggled for. So you have a good system. It is working well. It is fragile. Both federal and provincial governments are recognising that your system is perhaps coming towards the end of its operational life, that it needs a bit of refreshment. And what this means is that mainly from the provincial government, but the federal government as well, could actually start to push you to do upgrades, and that those upgrades could be significant. So moving forward, the greatest regulatory requirements are provincial, they're not federal. I said that you were operating under a permit. That permit cannot be renewed. So that means that you are going to be pushed at some point into going under a regulation, which is called the Municipal Wastewater Regulation. It's a good regulation. It was mainly designed, though, not for communities like yourself. It was designed for developers, somebody who was going out there, building a system, brand new, fits with the regulation. Day one, you go and switch on the plant, and away it goes. It's difficult to do that with a system like yourselves, which has been around for at least, well, since '69 at least, and before that, because that's when you were permitted. So your system is a long-age system. It's a complex system. So, bearing that in mind, if you can't renew a permit and you have to go under this regulation, then you stand another risk, and that's called the BC Environmental Assessment Act. So I've spoken about the Municipal Wastewater Regulation. Again, it's standard, and you have to meet all the conditions in that regulation on day one. So that means everything to do with your collection system, everything to do with your treatment system, everything to do with your disposal system. And you're looking there at some large ticket items. It's a large scope of work. Your complications include your discharge to the creek. The regulation will not look at your discharge to the creek as being an actual discharge. It looks at it as reclaimed water use because that creek is small. That brings in a whole other set of complications for you. Straight away, you'll need to manage your storm flows. So you'll need to try and work out how to mend your system, how to put in different storm facilities. Again, you can start to see the scale is escalating here, resulting in this significant requirement for upgrades in the future. I mentioned the BC Environmental Assessment Act. So there are very clear triggers in the Act, and you have an existing system, and when that system goes through upgrades, if you are a certain population and there is a certain amount of change in your system, which you will definitely trigger one and you'll probably trigger the second. If you do that, you will automatically have to go under the Environmental Assessment Act, unless you have an approved liquid waste management plan in place. I'll talk a bit about the BC Environmental Assessment Act. This is a long process. You're looking at multiple years, and it's a consultative process. I don't know if any of you have actually experienced any part of the BC Environmental Assessment Act. If you had, you were probably approached for providing comments and direction on a project that was going ahead. The classic one in this area, even though it's just slightly outside of Dawson Creek, is Site C Dam. That went through the BC Environmental Assessment Act. The participants who are involved would include communities like yourselves, Indigenous communities, members of the public, interest groups, and there'll be various recommendations, requirements and questions that are asked as a participant goes through the process. So there can be a lot of studies, and you come out with a certificate if you are successful, and it is an if you are successful, you will have a certificate with a whole range of different conditions of what could and needs to be met. The cost for this is elastic. And to give you an idea of costs, I can tell you what the application fee is. The application fee is $250,000. That's just to apply. It doesn't include any personnel time, consulting fees, fees for studies, fees for the engagement. That is just the application fee. It is a significant process to go through. A liquid waste management plan, which would be an alternative, allows a community to develop a site-specific, community-specific plan for how you want to deal with your liquid wastes in a community. And it also provides the potential for flexible regulatory approach. So it gives you a couple of benefits to go this process if you end up being caught in the position where you have to make a choice. The liquid waste management plan, it's a very, very powerful document. The actual final document is signed by both the Council of the Day and the Minister of Environment, and it becomes a legal binding document. And it basically means that the city agrees to do certain things within a certain time frame, and that you actually understand the costs to do that and you know how you're going to fund it. So there's a lot of planning, a lot of forethought. What you're looking at is a process that goes through a committee. So there are 3 committees. Possibly you can amalgamate them into 2 committees. There's lots of input from the public, including the community, and there's Indigenous engagement. And that's important, especially the public input, because this means it gives you better access to funding moving forward. A liquid waste management plan can be looked at like a funnel. So it's done in 3 stages, and I normally say plan on each stage taking about a year, even though stage 2 may take a lot longer than that, because there's some deep thought and studies that go on in stage 2. Stage 1 is a lot of thought and discussion. What are your issues? What do you want to address? Why do you want to address them? How are you going to address? And then stage 2, you really hone in on perhaps 2 or 3 items, focusing on what do you want to evaluate and what are your outcomes and how much is it going to cost. Stage 3 is pulling all this information together, and especially having a cost structure for what you need to expend, when you're going to expend it, and how you're going to acquire those funds. So I've mentioned doing a liquid waste management plan because of a BC Environmental Assessment Act, but there's actually a lot more value to doing a liquid waste management plan, especially for communities like yourselves where you're facing a complicated and complex situation. It's not just a case of in the past you wanted to put in a reclaimed water facility, you could do it under your permit. Now you're looking at some complicated issues to do with storm systems, storm flows, through to your point of discharge. A liquid waste management plan as well can help you through inflexible framework. And as I said, it can increase your access to funding, especially through borrowing. You don't need to go through borrowing bylaw because the public have been consulted. It's able to address all facets of your wastewater treatment plant, and it's able to help you navigate a regulatory pathway. So instead of having to register under a regulation where you have to comply in day 1, you can comply over the years, and there's ways to do that through BC legislation. Even though that there could be significant costs, you're able to phase in those costs as well. So there's a lot of benefits to a liquid waste management plan. Just wrapping up, I've mentioned a few here. That's more to do with the regulatory and funding, but also the ability to do the big picture approach. There's nothing worse than embarking on a project and then 10 years further on, you suddenly realise that perhaps you went down a route that wasn't appropriate anymore, that this is now a route that is no longer valid and you're starting again from scratch. A liquid waste management plan process really does help to plan for the future and to hopefully make sure that in 20 years' time, you're still able to implement and move along the decisions that you made 20 years ago. More importantly, unlike the BC Environmental Assessment Act, you have a plan that suits your needs and that's been created by you. It outlines what and when to implement. So you again have this framework, this structure that was created by you, for you, to help you. But of course, I wouldn't want to say that there's no drawbacks with the liquid waste management plan. I like to call them considerations, but there are thoughts that you need to be aware of. A liquid waste management plan isn't cheap. It is expensive, but it is done over several years. That can both be a positive if you're looking to actually funding the plan, and it can also be a negative, because if you start to get pressure from federal or provincial governments to implement something, then often they want to see an implementation time to be rather rapid, rather than taking several years to go through a planning process first. The other thing is scope creep. This is the one that always seems to amuse me, because no matter what you try and envisage going into a liquid waste management plan, you never know who is going to suggest what. And we do like to be considerate and thoughtful to thoughts that are put forward. So sometimes you end up digging into things that you didn't expect to dig into and having a bit more thought on certain aspects, and it's just part of the planning process as it evolves. So basically, you have a good wastewater system, but it's ageing and it's showing some cracks. The main concern is to do with the creek release. You do have solutions, but they're only interim. And you have a significant risk of getting some immediate pressures from regulators to do something, and to do something relatively soon. We've talked about the regulatory pathway. The municipal wastewater regulation is where you will have to go when you start to do upgrades. You can't amend your permit anymore. And that has the risk of pushing you into having to implement things immediately at high cost. And then, of course, you've got this risk of triggering the BC Environmental Assessment Act. Your other option is a liquid waste management plan. And again, this is something that is more flexible, creative, something that can be tailored to your needs as and when you want to implement things, what your solutions are, something that can be creative for you and for your community. I've thrown a lot of things at you there very quickly. There were some repeat messages, which I saw light bulbs were going on with the repeat messages. So now I'd like to slow it down and say, what would you like to ask me? How can I help you? What discussion, what do you need to hear from me at this point?
Perfect. Well, thank you for your presentation. And yeah, there was definitely a lot in there. So I will open this up to council. So Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I just want to thank you. I've listened to countless presentations in my dozen years on council, and this was a complicated topic presented very well. Thank you. So it doesn't come as a surprise. I've known for years that we have some issues with stormwater systems. Is there, and I know this is complicated and so on, but you know, I think back to the first home I bought in British Columbia in Langley, and where my what I'm going to say is my equivalent to the stormwater system was separate from the sewage. Is that one of the solutions? I mean, you talk about being overwhelmed at times, and of course climate change is forecasting that we'll have more of those events. And I know that we know about the capacity of our stormwater system, but is one of the solutions a separation of that completely from our sewage? That's my question. Yeah.
It is, and that's a very good question, and the answer is yes. So what the provincial government are expecting are for storm and sanitary sewers to be disconnected. So you do have the two separate systems. However, the unfortunate thing was that when many of the communities were built in BC, the engineers of the day decided that the best way was to amalgamate these systems. So there's a lot of separation that's needed. And then on top of that, there's also cracks that actually happen within a sanitary sewer system of the time. So cracks and leaks where water gets in. Part of the issue, though, that we're facing is not just separating two systems. If we say it fast enough, it sounds very, very simple. But there's also how do you transmit flows away from somewhere that is flat? How do you actually create a storm system within a system that's actually already been built up and now looking at somebody's back garden? So there's some deep thoughts and challenges there. But yes, ideally, in the ideal world, we would be dealing with two different systems.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for your presentation. It's a big, complicated topic, but obviously one of our core responsibilities to get a handle on. I'm not sure whether this is best addressed to you or through you to staff, Your Worship. With respect to the regulatory pressure you'd mentioned, is that based on conversations that have already been had specific to our system, or is that based on what we're seeing in other municipalities across BC? Is it just a timely like I want to, I guess, based on an earlier part of the presentation, we were talking about when you kind of trigger the notice of the province, I guess when it said when your population gets above 10,000, which we are, or your flow increases by more than 30%. And I'd be surprised if there weren't instances, and I'm fairly certain there are, where our flow has topped over 30%, but not on a consistent basis. So I'm wondering, based on what you said about regulatory pressure, is that the result of those occurrences, or is that what we can expect if that keeps occurring?
Do you want me to do it? Okay. So what happens both federally and provincially is you have inspectors that come round to a site. So the federal inspector from Environment Canada, they come round, they look at your site. They will actually take samples in most cases to see if your effluent is actually meeting the criteria. And then there's also a self-reporting as well, that if you know your effluent hasn't met certain criteria in the regulation, then you actually have to tell the federal government. You also have to tell the provincial government. And likewise, the provincial government has inspections. Sometimes they come in person, sometimes they request information. So at the end of each inspection, you will get a letter from that government agency, and they will say whether or not you're in compliance and what you're out of compliance with, and whether it's been a repeat non-compliance. So what we're seeing more and more is that the basic letter which would come out, which would be an advisory letter, so that's very low form. This is a slight problem. Please deal with it. Is becoming more of a warning letter. So now it's becoming more acute. And if there are occasions where over the years things haven't been dealt with and it's been in more than one warning letter, then for the province especially, they go into what they call administrative penalties. So it's a fine. The administrative penalty I'm starting to see escalate throughout BC. And it could be for anything if it's a repeat offence. Now, in your case, you have had a history of the last few years for these high flows. So that's been beyond your permits. So I'd say that there is a high probability that you're on the ministry's radar for next time there's an inspection, that in that letter we could see this has happened several times. We need to know what you're doing about it. And then I'd be expecting the next inspection, you could get an automatic penalty. That's how things are running in the province right now. Federally, the risks there have greater stakes, but I'd say are slightly lower. There, the risks are charges under the Federal Fisheries Act, which is fines of up to, I think it's $100,000 a day. And then, of course, ultimately, there's the, don't want to scare anybody, but there's the jail. There's the prisonable offences as well. The Federal Fisheries Act is a pretty scary act when you start to read it and read the court cases. But I wouldn't want to scare you into that at any point.
I assume they just come for Devon, right?
Actually, I don't know. I did ask a lawyer this, and they said that they would go for anyone that they could, but they felt it would be they felt it would be pretty impossible for anybody that was unionised to be in prison. But you never know.
Well, since he's too pretty, well, the LWMP, you mentioned that is a viable path forward. There's a $250,000 application to get that rolling, and then I assume whatever compliance costs arise as part of the agreement landed upon?
Not quite. The $250,000 is for the BC Environmental Assessment Act. So
Okay.
that's the one that, in my opinion, I don't think that process would be of value to the city.
Okay.
In my opinion, with where you're at, I think your value is a liquid waste management plan.
Okay.
Now, dollar-wise there, it's hard to say until you start to get into the programme, but I would say if you budgeted around $300,000 to $400,000, and you could probably pay for that over like a 3 to 5 year time frame, depending on how the liquid waste management plan evolves. So that would be for the whole liquid waste management plan. For the BC Environmental Assessment Act, that $250,000 is just the application fee. That doesn't include anything else, and you're probably looking $500,000 upwards to do the BC Environmental Assessment Act.
And that, okay. So, but the plan itself, I mean, the agreement itself doesn't include, I assume that involves us agreeing to a number of whatever capital upgrades or operational
Yes.
processes we need to put in place to ensure that, whether we meet it through the Environmental Act or through the LW or the act or the at the end of the day, the result has to be the same. It has to be ecologically viable.
Yes.
Whatever goes into it. Okay.
It
Thank you.
does. It has to be the same at the end of the day. But the differences with the liquid waste management plan is that you decide what you're going to do. So, for example, in year one, you could say, well, we're going to do a flow study to work out where the peak flows are coming in through the system. And then in year two, we're going to prioritise and we're going to deal with 10% of those for a dollar figure of $100,000. But the BC Environmental Assessment Act, there the outcome is likely to be something a lot vaguer, which would not necessarily be applicable to the city. So, for example, we want you to go and have a look at fish livers for the fish that are in the city of that are in Dawson Creek, and just check that the fish in Dawson Creek are fine. So that isn't something that would really necessarily help you to move forward with implementing your sewage treatment plant and your upgrades, but it's something that would answer a question that had been raised by somebody who has an environmental concern.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm not going to comment on the fish livers because that's a whole rabbit hole we don't have time for.
No,
Thank you.
it's correct.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other questions? No, I had a couple. I guess one, I just want to thank you for all the information and a lot of education for myself for sure. And I got to assume, like you did mention, like when these systems were built and these communities across BC, but I'm thinking Canada. But like, is there government grants and funding out there? Because I think like separating the storm and the sewer, like I don't even know how that would be remotely possible in a community digging everything up. Like, are those requirements that are actually mandated? And I got to assume every municipality is dealing with this.
Correct, and municipalities are really struggling with this, but there is funding available, and there's even funding to do a liquid waste management plan. So the government has changed now moving forward. Before they used to give $10,000 grants, which doesn't go far with a liquid waste management plan, but now the government is actually funding these larger studies. And you're right, the best thing about doing a liquid waste management plan is there can be some thought into your storm system, and it may be that one of the answers is you can't separate it, but this is how we're going to manage it. So perhaps then the outcome may be that we have a lagoon system that we pump into during those events, and then we pump everything else once once all the flows have subsided back through the wastewater treatment plant. So there's ways to juggle things, and I think it just reiterates again just how important a liquid waste management plan would be for you for this thoughtful thinking about complex situation.
Yeah, for sure. There's lots of concerning things obviously in there, right, for somebody that's first went through this. So, okay, well, I don't have any more questions. I don't know if nobody else does. I wanted to thank you again for coming here today and presenting this. And it was a lot of great information. So, and real information. So, so thank you. So.
You're more than welcome. As I said, it's an overwhelming subject the first time it's broached, and I gave you a very quick overview. Further conversation I'll be more than happy to help out. I'm talking, of course, on a regular basis with city staff. But yes, it is something that is very, very complex. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your time as well and your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, we're thankful we have an amazing team at the city to deal with this kind of stuff. So thank you. Oh, Kevin, did you want to?
Yeah, so just for a bit of clarity, we talked a lot about a combination of storm and sanitary. We do have separate systems, just for the public's information. We have separate storm, we have separate sanitary, but the combination part that was talked about throughout the report is a lot of it comes from weeping tile around homes, where that is really storm sewer. But when these homes were built, back in the day, there was no storm sewer to connect that drainage to, so they connected it to the sanitary system, so that's where, when we have these rain events, that's one area that we get a significant amount of water coming into the sanitary system. Also, you get water coming in through manhole lids, you get it coming in through leaky manholes, you get it coming in through, as Joanne pointed out, pipes in the ground that have cracks that allow water into it. So, at our lagoons, we might see on a typical day, like yesterday, it was hot and dry. I mean, maybe there's 4,500 cubes, going in to the lagoons. When we have significant rain events, and our permit is 7,500, I believe, in a day, 7,500 cubes. When we get those large events like we did in 2016 or 2011 or, flood events, we're, 20,000 cubes maybe going out the back end. So those are those events. And what's happening is even because of the climate and the extreme events we're having, we're getting more of those rain events that are causing us to exceed our permits and those issues that come along with it. So I just wanted to clarify, we do have separate systems, but for a lot of reasons, we have that inflow and infiltration of rainwater into our sanitary during events. So.
I appreciate you clarifying. That definitely helped me. So thanks, Kevin. All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. So.
You're welcome.
And our next 2.6, I'm going to call a recess here. So I am going to call our regular council meeting for Monday, August 14th back to order. Our next order of business was 2.6, but that's at 11. So I'll just vary the agenda. 3 late items. There's no late items. 4 new councillor business. 4.1, we have a memo from Councillor Parslow regarding structural protection units. Councillor Parslow, I know you wanted to give a brief update first. But.
Yes, I'll just try to give you some context for this. The regional district meeting I attended, there was a presentation around a number of topics to do with fire protection, one of which focused on the training centre that we have here in Dawson Creek, and it's possible being taken over by the regional district. That the consultants presented a report and recommended that, but from the discussions of the regional district board, it was declined. So that's a bit of bad news for the city. The consultants also noted that there were a number of some damage in that facility that needed to be taken care of, which I've shared with the fire chief and with staff. And also there's a couple of features of that facility that need attention. And a number of directors sort of really questioned the cost-benefit analysis, at least for their fire departments. And my reflections on that is I think it would be wise for us not to forget about this topic, but to really investigate the cost-benefit analysis. And it might be a bit of an education piece for some other local fire departments. Because if you can show that there is a benefit, I'm sure people will come on board. But right now, they don't see the benefit from information from within their own fire departments. So I understand the decision that was made by the regional district board, but decisions are made on information, and some of that information counters what we've been told as a city council. So I'm hoping we don't just leave this, because I think it is a regional asset. But anyway, back to this motion. It was very interesting to learn from the regional district discussions that a number of fire departments are equipping themselves with a structural protection units. I think in large part, apart from favourable winds, one of the tactics used in Tumbler Ridge was the installation of a number of these structural protection units. And we have a lot of interface with our, we have a lot of parts, and of course we have a lot of interface with forests and grassland. So the benefit of owning such a unit is you control where it's deployed. And a number of the other fire departments are buying them for their units. But the notion is, hey, if we've got them here, if, let's say, Dawson Creek needed it, we could send you one. If we didn't have a fire to deal with, we could quickly send one down here, and vice versa. So it's like equipping the region with a number of these units, and you could protect, or at least give yourself a good breathing time to protect portions of a community that are being threatened by fire. If they're owned by or purchased through a grant, through the government, they control where they go. So anyway, I discussed this with the fire chief, and the motion that there is that the city investigate the functionality and cost of purchasing a Type 2 structure protection unit and include the item in the draft capital budget for consideration by council.
We have a second. Councillor McDonald, discussion. I think you spoke to it already. Did you want to add more?
I have nothing
Okay,
further to add.
thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. This might be best directed towards the fire chief, but I'll through you to staff if they're able to speak to it. Is this something that is on the fire department's radar as far as capital asks at all, or is this kind of outside their purview, given that it's more dealing with wildfire encroachment as opposed to direct, acute fires within the city?
So through your worship, I would say no, it hasn't been on the radar, although this year has kind of changed everybody's maybe perception of what's needed. And so I haven't had, great length of discussion with the fire chief on it, but I would think that they would see it as certainly a valuable piece of equipment to have, just with everything that happened this year and those interfaces that happened, whether it's Charlie Lake, Fort St. John, Tumbler Ridge. Yeah.
So. Okay. And just, I guess, a follow-up statement on Councillor Parslow's motion. I think it's forward-thinking, and I'm happy for that. One thing I do worry about, I guess, is if this is a service which is chiefly supposed to be provided by provincial governments, are we, out of necessity perhaps, as we've often learned the hard way, that we do sometimes need to look to our own interests and provide for ourselves and not be reliant on the provincial government in some respects. I do worry about obviously uploading, always the encroachment of, or I guess in this case, not downloading, we would be uploading this onto ourselves, which is potentially and chiefly a provincial responsibility. So I guess that is the one cautionary note I would throw into this conversation.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other dialogue? I had a few around this. I guess a couple. One, it's a substantial amount of investment, $250,000, and some staff time to get into this. I'm for having being proactive and looking after these things. But I look at what we just went through this summer, with our neighboring community, facing this. The provincial government had these units there real quick, and on 80 homes on their hill. So I guess to me, before I don't want to waste too much staff time looking into this, but if it's not a need, I don't feel like we should pursue it. If the province already has these, units available, which, they did in our neighboring community. Also in Alberta, I've seen some pictures actually over the weekend. They also have had them in Alberta too when they had their fires, and, they did save homes. But, and then also, I guess the other part of that is, a majority of the residents around this area that, this would impact are in the regional district. Not saying there's none in the city limits, because there's definitely some concern in the city limits as well. But I know the regional district already does have, some affiliation with our fire department. So is that something that it should be brought to them? So I guess, in a roundabout way, to you, Kevin, is I don't want to, okay this and waste too much of your time going down this road when maybe there's different avenues that could be taken. So
through your worship, I do think that there's some value in maybe exploring this a little bit if this motion was to pass.
Okay.
I think you are correct. The province has these structure protection units, and they did arrive quickly in Tumblr and all that. My concern would be, is that situation still relevant now with the amount of fires that are happening in the province? I don't know how many, structure protection units they have, and so that would be maybe a piece of that background for a report, is understanding how many are out there. If we get into a busy fire season, what does it look for us? Having one, whether it's in the region or in Dawson Creek, certainly gives us more control for us in this area versus competing with maybe resources of different communities down south that maybe are having fires as well. It's those questions. So I don't mind doing a little bit of that work and really understanding whether, it's something that we want to, bring forward, or at least bring the information forward to council, and they could decide whether it's something that's viable and bring it forward to budget discussions. So.
Okay, thank you. And do you think there should be amendment to this to maybe direct you to talk to the area directors in the regional district as well as this, or do you think that's something that could come later?
So I think what would be best with this motion is we can bring the information on cost, and how many structure protection units are out there. They can do a bit of research with neighboring fire departments. I think then with what information comes forward to council, if council felt that there was, it made sense to have that conversation. I mean, I think that's where you as the director of the board could certainly bring that forward and have the discussion at the board level.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, do you have any other discussions? So I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Was there any other new councillor business? No? All right. 5, adoption of minutes. 5.1, minutes of regular meeting of council, July 17th, 2023 for adoption. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. It wasn't me this time, Brenda. All right, any business arising? No. Next, 7, correspondence. 7.1, we have a letter from Mike Apps, manager of BC Sports, received on July 20th, 2023, regarding a request for support for officials' travel costs for the 2023 girls AAA volleyball provincials. I get just one before I open this up to council. Just reading the letter, it wasn't really addressed to anybody, and there wasn't an ask in it. Like, it's information in a report, but I don't know if we were missing the first page, but it's not addressed to anybody, and it just says report. It's not, there's not a clear ask in it. We could assume what the ask is.
Yeah. So through your worship, just looking at the letter, just the last line, any event contributions from the municipality are appreciated. You're correct, they're not super clear. I'm reading into the fact that they listed all their expenses, and we're hoping that council would be sympathetic to that in some fashion.
Oh, okay. That's worded. Okay. I missed that last little line there, but anybody out there, councillors, wanna? Councillor Earl?
I move that we receive for information.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion on receiving for information? All right, I will, I guess Kevin, somebody from city staff will respond to this letter, but I was thinking maybe we could just let them know that they could maybe reach out to the school district 59, because I think they have some areas around this that would help, so. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 7.2, we have an email from Dave Misey, President, Dawson Creek Slow Pitch League, July 17th, 2023. We received it regarding the request to camp at Ovintiv from September 22nd to the 24th, 2023. Councillor Parslow?
To move that we approve the request.
Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio, discussion? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, and then maybe this is part of a bigger topic, do we, and through you to staff, just a question, do we have an existing policy on what parameters there are in place for us to offer no-cost camping in that area for tournaments and other civic events? And the reason I'm asking is because these requests seem to be increasing, and maybe that's a good sign of more tournaments coming. But as we've noted on previous occasions, we do have a number of campsites in the community. Those are businesses, those are taxpayers, and every time we provide free lodge, we're taking money out of their pockets essentially, or reducing their share of the market. So if we don't have a policy, I think it would be probably worthwhile at some point in the not too distant future to put a policy in place. But Kevin, do we?
Yes, so through your worship, we do not have a formal policy on this, and I believe you're correct. I would say the requests are increasing for sure.
I mean, doing it on an ad hoc basis, I can see, for children's event when entire families are coming here to camp, but this is purely adult event. It starts to get muddy for me, and I do worry that we're not being fair-minded and safeguarding the interests of local businesses who've made investments in the community. As much as we want to welcome everyone and keep everything affordable for everyone, we do have to be fair and make sure we're not replicating or competing against local businesses unfairly. So, that's my concern, but I will support this motion. But I think, and I don't know if it would be appropriate after this motion to make a motion that we put together a policy around when we provide free camping in that area.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I had the same concerns as Councillor Earl, that if anything, at least we could ask for proof of an attempt to speak to our local RV camping providers that there is not space or something along those lines, right? I think it's true. We are taking away from local business, local taxpayers by providing this over and over and over again. I think there are justifiable reasons for providing it in some cases, but just doing it because they've asked, I think we need a better system.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll add a little bit to that too. I agree with what's both been said, and we've talked a lot about that. That we don't we're not in that business of competing. I did reach out to some of the owners of the local RV parks around this, and they weren't too concerned about these because I get one, for example, this one. I mean, you got an adult group that's at Ball Diamonds, probably having some beverages. Probably not a great idea to recommend them driving across in their peak season. But there was some thoughts around, maybe we should have a fee attached to allowing these. So then it will, then there's no policy around it saying you can, you can't. It's just this is the fee, which might drive some individuals to go look at other private facilities. But also with a fee attached, it then gives, the city's operations some extra funding because there's a cost to do these extra events. So that was just an idea that was brought up, and not by me. It was brought up by the RV owners. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But if there's no more discussion on this one, I will call the motion to vote. So. Vote is carried. I'm just going to amend the agenda here for a moment. On the weekend, Councillor McDonald, myself, and Councillor Sudnick were at the Race Against Hunger held at the Co-op by the Oventive Centre, and we had a fourth person join us who is Emmett. I think he's 6 years old, but he's just in here, so I was just going to bring him into council and a little gift for him and his wife, and I wanted to get a picture with him and the councillors. So. Yeah, sure. If you wouldn't mind. Hi, Emmett. Come on, buddy. How you doing? Good. Did you have fun on the weekend? Yeah, thanks for helping us. What his biggest part was is the other team were throwing things in our cart, and Emmett was throwing it out as quick. So
He ran a great defense.
Yeah.
Amazing.
he was perfect. So
Right?
we just wanted to thank you for helping us. And a couple things, we got you something, but the other is we want to see if you'll help us again next year. Yeah. All right. Well, we got some stuff in here. We got one for your sister too. So we got you a soccer ball at the City of Dawson Creek, and there's some other goodies in there. I know it's summer, but there's a toucan.
Winter is forever coming.
Tattoos. And then there's these cool new pins. We just got them. We were the first ones to get them. So these are the City of Dawson Creek pins. So you're welcome. You're welcome. And this one's for you. There you go. And then I was going to see if you guys were okay. I was going to get a picture of all the counselors up here. Is that okay with you? Mom? Yeah. You don't want to come in, Mom?
Oh, sure, I dressed for this today. I'm not broken toes.
Come on, people, we do this 4 times a day. Yeah, there we go. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate you.
He loved it, so.
Yeah, awesome.
We got robbed.
About it, and he was saying that
should've
was the
won.
best part, was throwing everything out. He's like, I even threw it at them.
Yeah,
It was as quick as it was coming.
a little aggressive. Yes.
His
I don't know where he got that
skills are
from.
coming in. His hockey skills.
So thank you very much.
They were just admiring your pinboard out there.
Oh, really? Oh, that works out perfect.
She's
So.
like, can I have the little pinboard? She made me take a picture of it.
Yeah, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you bet. Thank you. That was awesome. So worked out good. So. Okay. Thank you guys. See you later. All right, so back to our agenda. 7.3, we have email from Diane Core, Sponsorship Coordinator, BC High School Rodeo Association, received on July 26, 2023, regarding a request for horse trailer RV camping in South Penning from October 6th to the 9th, 2023. Councillor Councillor Earl?
So I'm not sure, and just to be clear before I make a motion, the self-penning in the field, is that is this touching on the Exhibition Association's purview? You know, I just want to make sure I'm not dipping my toes into their pond.
So through your worship, I know that we allow or have allowed for roping events, the calves to be penned out there. So I think we're fine because we have pens on that property. So we're not, going against any zoning or anything like that. And, so I think we're perfectly fine if council feels good about it.
And staff have any concerns about manure, how that gets cleaned up? It's generally kind of self-contained. They do it themselves.
Yeah, so just as a requirement, we would just expect and ask that they manage it and take care of it, remove it.
Okay. Thank you. So I will move we grant their request.
We have a second. Councillor McDonald, any discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business is 7.4. We got a letter from Kathy Tubb, grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, received on August 8th, 2023, regarding a request for resolution of support for application to Northern Healthy Communities Fund Capacity Building Program. Councillor Earl.
I will move the resolution that the City of Dawson Creek supports the grant application of the Northern Healthy Communities Fund Capacity Building Program administered through the Northern Development Initiative Trust for a grant of up to $300,000 for the creation of a bylaw enforcement and inspection officer for the City of Dawson Creek.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, so thoughts on it and I guess questions. So in my experience in applying for grants, most grants don't cover something like this. This is, de facto budget increase in the operations for $100,000. If we're successful in the grant, it'll be delayed 3 years. But once that position's in there, we've added an additional bylaw officer in perpetuity in all likelihood. And I think, unfortunately, we're at the point in the community where it's necessary, given the increase in the issues cited in this letter around the increasing incidence of homelessness and transients we're dealing with, in addition to some other stuff. So I think it's regretfully necessary, but I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this $300,000 would be kind of it's essentially a 3-year delay in an increase in the operations budget and staffing. So I just want to highlight that for the community watching, because I think anytime we make those kind of commitments, it's important to be clear about what the costs are and what the community is going to get for the added expense.
And Kevin, did you want to?
Just so through your worship, so just a couple things for clarity. We have approved in the budget for an additional bylaw/building inspection position. We haven't filled that yet. So this is an opportunity to offset something that council has already approved ongoing. Second to that is, there's always that opportunity when we go to, if we were successful and we went to advertise this position, you could do it as a term. You could do it as a 3-year term position. So that provides an end date that could be reviewed by council or by myself at that time. So there are options. But right now, like I said, we do have approved in the budget the position. It hasn't been filled. This is an opportunity to possibly offset that. But what we've seen since we've even brought that position forward to council and it was approved is that, as you highlighted, we've had significant pressures on bylaw through just the challenges we have in the community with that we're being asked to respond to multiple times each day.
Thanks, Kevin. So this isn't adding another position, and this is taking into consideration the position that's already been added in the budget? Yeah, just to clarify. Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, of course, I voted against this additional thing for the very reasons that Councillor Earl just mentioned. You never build an operating budget around grants. You never do that. But I have to take my hat off to whoever wrote this for asking. I'd be very surprised if it was successful. But I'm going to support it because it's as staff said, it was a position that was approved, and we want to encourage our staff to go after whatever's available to support the system, right? So that's why I will support this grant, but I would be amazed if it was a successful application. Thank you.
I think the Northern Healthy Communities Fund was actually put in place for these types of reasons, so I think you might be surprised. I think there's some other municipalities that have already been successful that we've spoke to, so yeah. So side wager.
Yeah, side wager.
That was off the record.
How much is it?
Yeah. All right, if there's, Councillor Earl.
I guess one other comment in relation to this subject, through you to staff, Your Worship. Are we anywhere, maybe in finance or somewhere else, keeping a kind of ballpark figure running tally of some of the costs associated with the provincial government's policies in recent months and years around, harm, whatever you want to call it, harm reduction, or the increase in social disorder, and how those costs being downloaded onto municipalities are affecting us? Are we, as we engage with the provincial government next month at UBCM, as we collaborate with our partners and other municipalities across the province, I think, if we can have something that we can say, look, this has increased our operational budget $600,000 a year, and it's something that historically has been the purview of the provincial government. I think that's an important figure for us to understand as we advocate for our community's interests. Are we doing that at all, or can we pull that together at all?
So through your worship, I'll certainly take a look. I'm hopeful that through our tracking that we do and our effort tracking that we do in our departments, that we're able to show what we're responding to and what we're dealing with. And if we have that data, then we can certainly attach dollar figures to that. That would be helpful for council when they meet with ministry staff.
Okay, thank you.
Just how it's changed, right? For us.
Just a thought I had. I mean, certainly we're ultimately going to do what we have to do to keep the community safe and hospitable for people, but when it's not something we're set up to do, it's not something historically we'd budget for because it was other levels of government and their efforts are no longer sufficient. I think it's important that we go into those conversations armed with some facts. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. That's good information. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. So it is 11 o'clock. So are we good on Zoom, Joe? I deal with 7.5 while we're going. Is that all right, Joe? Will you be okay? So we'll go to 7.5. We have a message from Ted Sandy, resident of Dawson Creek, received on August 8th, 2023, regarding a request for streetlights on 95th Avenue, 3rd and 4th Street. Devin, I don't want to throw you on the spot, but I know you had a little bit of dialogue around this, and there's some contact that we had with BC Hydro about putting some lights on that one corner up there by their property. But I guess the other part is Kevin and myself went through the map last week, and on 95th, I think on that same stretch, there's 9 lights, and on this stretch, there's only 3. So I don't know if you had anything to add before there's something from Kevin.
Through your worship, I think first step would be working with BC Hydro. There's a pole right there. There's a few poles there to see if we can get a light installed there. Barring that, street lighting, just to give you an estimated cost, is about $20,000 to $30,000 a pole when you add all the costs included. We just did that 14th Street project, and that's what your costs are looking like right now. Cost of wires gone up, cost of poles have gone up. So we can work with BC Hydro, put the application in if this is approved, and start from there.
Okay. And I guess just to council, maybe for your knowledge, something I learned from dealing with this is that there's a couple different ways to do poles. One, we can put in the poles that are, 30,000 a piece, or if BC Hydro has a pole, there's an application we can put in, and then it just adds the light to their poles. So, so it was something interesting that I didn't know. So, so I'll put this out for a motion. Councillor Parslow.
Oh, I was making a motion.
Okay. Anybody like to? Councillor Earl?
I move that we direct staff to reach out to BC Hydro to see if putting a pole there or putting a light there on the existing pole is possible.
Thank you. Have a second? Councillor McDonald? And there's multiple poles. I don't know if you need that in there, but yeah.
Poles, plural.
Okay. All right. Any discussion in that regards? Councillor Parslow?
This whole question just raises for me an issue of a lack of knowledge on my part. Do we have a plan for lighting this community? Because, I hate ad hocery. Where's the greatest need for this, for lighting? Or do we just respond to requests? Because this is we had a request for something on 15th Street, I believe, or pretty close to it. 13th Street.
Community Society.
Thank you,
Yeah.
13th Street. And I'm all for street lighting, but I mean, how are we, what is it, do we have a plan, or do we just wait for people to put in a request like this person?
So through your worship, we do not have a street lighting master plan. What we are doing is we do our road rehabilitation and work. We are installing new lighting as part of those. And so in a lot of cases, those are areas that have BC Hydro lighting, which is they might have 2 or 3 lights on a block, and we're coming in and putting in the ornamental lights, which are now ours, and at a significant cost, mind you. But as you've seen in the new projects that we've completed, the lighting is quite superior. So that is really how we're approaching it. The challenges up in Mr. Sandhu's area is BC Hydro street lighting, and so on 95th between 3rd and 6th, you might have 3 lights, maybe 4 lights, where, probably should be 12. So that's the difference. So for now, I guess council gets these requests, they can ask for it to move to budget. That can become a priority if they so desire. Short of that, we are, like I say, just dealing with it as we do the roads.
Yeah, no, thank you for your answer there. And it's, I know where it does happen, it's much appreciated. Transforms a whole area of town, you know what I mean? So, yeah, but I appreciate what you've said. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. So we'll go back on the agenda to 2.6. We have Lindsay Taylor, Manager, Government Relations from Northern BC Transit in attendance via Zoom regarding the BC Transit update. So welcome, Lindsay. I know you have a busy day today, you were saying, so thanks for joining us. Can you hear me, Lindsay? We just got to fix. I'm just going to take a 2-minute recess while we're doing this, so. Council for Monday, August 14th, back to order. So our next order of business was 2.6. We had some technical difficulties and we're back. So Lindsay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's way better. So perfect. And I apologize on our behalf for the issues we're having with the system here. But anyways, welcome, and we look forward to your presentation. So, and
thank you very much.
Joanne, one of our staff members, will go through the slide deck as you're speaking, or you can cue her when to switch it, whatever works. So.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you very much, Council, for having me this morning. And again, I apologize for the technical difficulties as well from my end, as I was not able to make the sound test this morning. So, again, this presentation is a BC Transit update and a bit of an overview about the Dawson Creek Transit System. So thanks again for having me today. And next slide. So what we'll be talking about today is a bit about how BC Transit works together with our local government partners, so the roles and responsibilities of each partner there. I'll talk about our annual communication calendar, and so our 4 touch points throughout the year. I'll provide an overview of the current Dawson Creek Transit System, and then review some prior planning work that was done back in 2019. I will provide a ridership update from what we've been seeing kind of pre that 2019 change throughout COVID and to where we are now, and then do an overview of some of the BC Transit programs and corporate initiatives that we have ongoing. Next slide. So a bit about me. My name is Lindsay Taylor. I'm the Manager of Government Relations for Northern BC. I've been in this role for about 3.5 years now. And so I work with 16 different local government partners throughout the north, so everywhere from Bella Coola and Prince Rupert in the west to 100 Mile House and 14 Vaughan in the east. I'm the main point of contact for local government partners, so both at the staff level and for elected officials. And I'm supported by a team of subject matter experts. So we have a dedicated planner, scheduler, operations manager, and marketing team that are dedicated to the north. I lead the annual partner communication process, and so you'll hear a little bit more about that in the upcoming slides. And basically what my job is to monitor the transit system, identify any risks or challenges, and work with staff to be able to mitigate any of the risks or challenges that we're seeing within the system, and making sure that we're overall providing a transit system that's reflecting the community needs. Next slide. A bit about BC Transit in general. So we plan, fund, and operate transit throughout the province, except for in Metro Vancouver, which is run by TransLink. We serve over 1.8 million people in the province in over 130 different communities, and we work with 58 different local government partners. We contract out the service delivery to different operating companies throughout BC. So in Victoria here, we manage the operating company, but the operating company is actually contracted out in all of our other systems. We manage a fleet of over 1,100 buses, and we manage the annual expenditures in operating and capital. So that's about $368 million in total. Next slide, please. We run a shared services model. So we work with the provincial government, where the provincial government sets provincial policy, provides oversight and programs, and they provide provincial share of the funding. And then BC Transit delivers the service. And so we provide, again, expertise to our subject matter experts. We manage the third-party operating contracts, and we work with our local governments to determine what they want their system to look like. The local government is responsible for setting routes and service levels. They're responsible for a local share of funding and also for setting the fares and managing the sales of fare products. Next slide. The BC Transit Shared Services model has a very unique funding model, and this is unique it's one of the most unique models throughout Canada. So the provincial share for conventional transit is 46.69%, and the municipal share is 53.31%. So any revenue from fares and advertising actually goes to offset the local cost of the transit system. Next slide. In terms of our annual communication calendar, we have about 4 main touch points throughout the year. So you would have just seen your annual operating agreement, which defines the service that's going to be delivered throughout the next year. And it outlines provincial and municipal funding contributions. Currently, the Dawson Creek local portion of the funding is about $417,000. Then we have our annual performance summary. So this is something we do every year that outlines how the system is performing and compared to years previous, and also comparing to similar transit systems. So we have 3 different tiers of transit systems. So tier 1 is what you would see in terms of Prince George and Victoria and Kelowna and those types of systems. Tier 2 systems are a little bit larger in terms of what you'd see in like at Campbell River, and then tier 3 system is what you'd have here in Dawson Creek, and same with Fort St. John and Prince Rupert, and actually a number of the other systems in the north. Our 3-year budget, which will be coming out soon, provides budget expectations for base service levels, and if we are to pursue expansion, a different budget is provided at that time. that helps with budget forecasting at the local level. And then we have our transit improvement program, which is where we identify if there's any expansion initiatives that we want to proceed with. What we do is we identify what the cost of those expansions are. We would have the local government sign an MOU, and then BC Transit brings all of those MOUs from across the province together to provide a service plan to the province to determine whether they have the funding available to be able to fund those expansions. And next slide. So we're going to look at a Dawson Creek system overview about how the current system is performing and what that system looks like. Next slide. So currently, the Dawson Creek transit system is a fixed route scheduled service to major destinations and residential areas. So fixed route is what you're going to see in a schedule, so you actually have the timetable there. The service runs from Monday to Friday from 7:20 a.m. to 5:15 p.m. There is no holiday service, and it consists of two routes, one north side and the two south side. Currently, fares are $2.25 one way or $4.50 for a day pass, and children 12 and under are free. Next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the prior planning work, as we did have quite a significant reduction of service back in 2019, so I want to give a bit of a history about that. Next slide. So in 2019, the City of Dawson Creek requested a review of the transit system to reduce the net local contribution to $350,000 or less. This represents a reduction of about 56% of the current budget today. 5 preliminary options were developed for the city to consider, but based on comments and concerns raised at the October 7, 2019 council meeting, another option was developed with further service reduction. And next slide. So previously, that's what the system looks like. It had 3 different routes, so north side, south side, and central. The service was offered on 6 days a week, so we did have Saturday service, and we carried about 100,000 passengers a year. Next slide. That last option 6 that we developed for council was to discontinue the Route 3 Central, discontinue all Saturday service on all routes, reduce weekday service hours to 13.3 hours from 31 hours daily, and that's split between the morning and the afternoon peak. So there is a midday service gap. We removed 1 bus from the Dawson Creek transit fleet, and we realigned a portion of the Route 2. At the time, we were estimating about a 64% reduction in ridership and a 61% reduction in revenue. And at the November 13th, 2019 council meeting, council approved the adoption of option 6. And so we moved forward with that option and implemented that in early 2020. Next slide. And so what does that look like in terms of ridership today? Next slide. So when we implemented this service reduction, it was right at the beginning of COVID. So obviously there was going to be further impacts in terms of ridership reductions. So this first lighter blue line at the top is what the service looked like previous to COVID and previous to the reduction. The first year of the reduction is where we see that green line. So we did see quite a drop in terms of ridership. What we see today and what we're looking at in terms of that pink line is we are seeing that ridership is increasing in Dawson Creek, and we are seeing more stabilized ridership and ridership recovery from the COVID levels. So right now, I only have April to July ridership available, but we're at about 23,000 passengers, and that's only in the 4 months that we have available for 2023. We do typically see a dip in ridership during the summer times and an increase in ridership during the fall. So we'll be closely monitoring what that looks like when students are going back to school. And next slide. A bit about BC Transit programs that we have ongoing. So BC Transit does, next slide, sorry. BC Transit does offer a shelter program. And so it was introduced to assist local governments in acquiring a standardized suite of shelters. So these shelters you'll see across all of BC. I was actually in Dawson Creek for NCLGA earlier this year, and there's a great example of a couple of those shelters throughout the city. The program provides local governments with 80% joint funding between the provincial and federal government. So the local government is only required to pay 20% of the actual capital cost of the shelter, but they are having to maintain the shelter and also pour the pad and prep the site for the installation of the shelter. Next slide. BC Transit also offers a development referral program. So that's anytime that there's a development application that comes into the city, We are able to provide comments and provide suggestions and feedback on those development referrals. This is a way that we can work with developers for them to add some transit-related infrastructure to any of their buildings coming up, so say awnings or benches or whatnot for any bus stops. We're also able to identify where there are bus stops and where key bus stops and routes going in the future, and where we can understand where growth is happening as well. So this program is ongoing and always available, and so we always encourage our planning departments at our local governments to provide BC Transit the opportunity to comment on these development referrals, so we can work together to make sure that the right infrastructure is there, and then that we are able to accommodate for any sort of growth that's happening within the city. Next slide. BC Transit Corporate Initiatives. So next slide. Last year, we installed our Next Ride program within Dawson Creek. So Next Ride uses automatical vehicle location technology. So we have GPSs in all of the buses, so people can see where their bus is in real time and anticipate when their bus is arriving. Beyond that, we actually have visual displays within the bus, so anybody who is hearing impaired is able to see what the next stop is. And we also have audio announcements both inside and outside the bus, so anyone who is visually impaired is able to hear what bus is coming and what stop is coming next. And next slide. Something that will be coming up, Dawson Creek's not in the current phase, but there will be future phases of our electronic fare collection system. So this is where people are going to be able to use their smartphone or their credit card or their debit card to be able to tap onto the bus. It allows for customers to be able to use, it allows for improved customer service and experience, but also allows for visitors to Dawson Creek to be able to easily access the bus without having to find tickets or passes and whatnot. We will still be providing monetary fare is still going to be available. We will never take that away from Dawson Creek because we recognize that there are going to be people that would like to use cash fares, but it's just another option for people to be able to be able to pay for the bus. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm more than happy to take any questions from council at this time.
Thank you, Lindsay, for the presentation, and I will open it up to council first here. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Lindsay, for taking the time to meet with us today or present to us. So this is, an ongoing challenge in our community. It's, I don't think, distinct to remote rural communities. The challenges in, we don't necessarily have the population density to keep a full-time bus service busy throughout the day. We've got a couple peak demographics like students going to and from school in the summer. Otherwise, you can, and I often do at my office downtown, watch empty buses go by or buses with one person on them in non-peak times. And part of the reduction that happened in 2019, we were looking for, at that time, we expressed interest in models that were maybe, I don't want to say more, or would have been a better fit for us or more responsive, that included some sort of, I guess, on-demand aspect or something like that for those one-off rides while maintaining a bus for peak times. And we didn't find the options. It seemed like the models that existed for BC Transit were designed for bigger cities with much denser populations. It doesn't seem like, and I mean, we share this problem with Fort St. John as well. I think us and them have the lowest per capita ridership in the province. It's the model itself is a challenge to fit here and justify the cost of. We all recognize there are people that rely on this service, but I think the numbers we got in 2019 were that the public subsidy per ride was somewhere in the realm of $12 to $14. So, for that price, we can give out cab vouchers. The one thing that makes BC Transit a viable partner is the subsidy provided. I'm just wondering if there is conversations occurring at BC Transit about developing models that might be a better fit for communities of our size.
You mentioned through the chair, we are doing a digital on-demand pilot in one of our communities right now. We did do a bit of kind of a background research in terms of what that looks like in other cities and how that system works. What we're seeing is there isn't necessarily cost savings associated with digital on demand, though we haven't launched our pilot yet, so we still have lots to learn in terms of our model. But in terms of what our research said, the buses seem to be more efficient in terms of use in some of these other places that have implemented digital on demand, but not necessarily a reduction in cost. So we will be implementing a pilot. It'll be early in 2024, and so we will evaluate how that project goes. What are the benefits? What are some of the challenges? And then we'll look at what other areas and what other communities could we apply this sort of transit service to. So stay tuned for that. We will definitely have some more updates on how that pilot goes, but I think it's a step in the right direction in terms of understanding travel behaviors and demand and making sure that we're matching demand and making sure we're using our buses efficiently.
Thank you. And just one or two more questions, if I could. First, just out of curiosity, with respect to the graph on ridership update, why does it go April to March? Is that just aligned with your fiscal year, or is there a reason it starts in April and goes to March?
Through the chair, yes, that is BC Transit's fiscal year, and so that's the way that we keep ridership. The copy of the presentation that you have only shows April and May. I do have an updated copy of the presentation here that has ridership stats up into July, so I will provide that to Council following this presentation.
Thank you. That would be appreciated. And I guess just one more comment on the ridership update. The drop-off, obviously changing the bus system and then going directly into COVID for 2 years, it's very difficult to rely on those metrics as representative of what the system will look like moving forward. With respect to province-wide, or I guess if you've got this a general idea with respect to our peer communities, is the drop-off in ridership consistent with those communities, or is there an additional drop-off which would be obviously applicable only to us due to the changes made? Is the drop-off we see, I guess, comparable to what you'd see in I guess Terrace and other communities like that?
Through the chair, I'd say the drop-off we're seeing in Dawson Creek might be a little bit more than what you would see in other like communities in the north. I think that's just because of the additional service that was reduced. That said, we did see quite a significant reduction in ridership throughout the province. What I'm seeing right now in terms of ridership recovery, what I think is very positive, what we're seeing right now here in Dawson Creek. So to date, from April until the end of July, we've carried almost 24,000 passengers, which if we were to continue on that trend throughout the year, we would be seeing about 100,000 passengers, which brings us almost back to 2019, 2020. So I think, the ridership recovery is very promising right now. And so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that'd be good news. I know the estimated drop-off when we made those changes, you said was something like 63%. So if we can get back up, not to say the existing bus surface is ideal by any means. There are people watching this at home who are probably screaming at their computer screen right now. As I said, that I don't want to give the impression that we couldn't do better, but that would be very heartening to see that recovery in ridership. But I'll let my colleagues ask some questions. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question. Maybe you can clarify for me on the 2019 service overview. How do you get to carrying 100,000 passengers a year in our community? What's a passenger?
Each passenger is a ride. So that's how many rides that were provided in during that year.
Because that calculates to almost 275 rides a day, and we can see our buses driving around with nobody on them.
Between the 3 different routes that were provided at that time, that is the average of what we were seeing.
School kids, right?
Thank you.
I had a couple questions, Lindsay. Councillor Earl answered one just about the direction of BC Transit, but I definitely would be interested in seeing what this pilot program is, and I don't know if you can send some information off to us just to learn what it is.
I think, like other councillors have said, it's tough when you see these buses driving around empty and, then there's been some cutbacks and, we have a system that it's a little challenging to work for those that need it. So we're definitely open to looking at, to different avenues and, I know a lot of different communities are doing different things. So we're definitely interested in that. One question just on, and I guess that all being said, it's nice to see that the ridership is up as well. So that's a good story. Do you have, out of that 23 or 24,000 riders for this year, do you have an age breakout of that? Like, because I know fare 12 and under is free. So is that something that you're easily able to get? Like how many of those riders are 12 and under, or if there's another way that you measure that?
Through the chair. So unfortunately, because it is a visual validation, we do not have the data right now. We are working with the province to identify what is the way that we can collect data on that. There is funding provided by the province to recoup any costs that are lost through the 12 and under program. So we are working closely with the province on that and making sure that we have the right kind of metric to determine how many students we think are taking the bus. So no, currently today we do not have a breakdown of age category and how in terms of ridership stats.
But so your digital system doesn't show you like how many ride for free and how many pay?
No, not currently today.
Is it? Okay. Okay, I didn't personally have any other questions. I don't know if anybody else on council does. No? Okay, well, thank you for taking the time, Lindsay, today to present to us. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. Take care.
All right, our next order of business was 8 reports. 8.1, we had report number 23-087 from the Community Service Manager regarding feasibility and cost of community programs focused on crime and youth. Councillor Parslow?
I move the report 23-087 from the Community Services Manager, feasibility and cost of community programs focused on crime and youth be received for information.
I have a second. Councillor Apollonio, any discussion on receiving this for information? I have a comment on this, actually. I don't think we should receive for information. I think, I get there's some information in here, but something like Big Brothers and Big Sisters, although I don't believe the city should take that on, I think the city should promote it and try and get it out to the community that there is programs out there that's showing that us as a community are taking the steps to help with some of the, the struggles that we're facing right now. So, as much as I get we don't have the staff or the power to implement these programs, I think we should take some ownership in getting them out into the community, into organizations. So for that, I'm going to vote against receiving it for information because I believe that there's more that we can take a role in this. So, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I had the same thoughts that we could lead some community engagement on finding ways to help some of our more active citizens to engage and implement these programs within our communities.
Yeah, I agree. We have a wonderful new communications person that could assist in something like this. So, any other discussion? No? Councillor Parzo, did you want it? Was your late?
No.
Okay. Sorry. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it was defeated. Councillor Apollonio, Councillor Kemp, Councillor Sednick, Councillor Earl, Councillor McDonald, and myself were opposed. Somebody else like to? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to make a motion directing staff to direct our new communications manager to engage the community in possible initiations of some of these programs within our community.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Sednick? Did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just repeat your words. I think as the city and council, we can take some leadership in presenting this information more to any interested parties that are out there, and not take a leadership role necessarily, but just, again, making sure this information is out there and available to anybody who would be interested in initiating some of these very valuable programs.
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to staff, I assume as part of compiling this report and getting the information together, somebody reached out to the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northern BC operating out of Prince George.
So through Your Worship, yeah, Chelsea, who put the report together, did reach out to and make contact with the various groups just to get the information.
Okay, and I assume they don't have any purchase here locally in the community? Is that?
I don't believe so.
So is there a I don't know, call it a chapter like their bike club, but how do we go about, I think if you're going to promote the service in the community for an organization that's based out of Prince George, the first step would be how do you go about building out that capacity? And yes, it's maybe not on for us as a city best served to do that, but as far as volunteering and something like that, getting a local presence might be a worthwhile first step. So did you was that part of the conversation about how we would go about getting some resources or direction from them about how we could welcome their organization into the community or help local volunteers operate under their umbrella?
I'll have to check with Chelsea and just see the extent of those conversations. It seems to me when she updated me on it, I believe there were some of that, but that's been a bit. So,
because I think if we're going to promote, to Councillor McDonald's motion, it's important that we understand what the organization offers and not reinvent the wheel here locally if we can use their expertise, their resources, their connections to build something here or get some information and or maybe invite them in to do a presentation or be a delegation so we have an understanding of what we could do with it. I think that might be worthwhile.
I can speak to this a little bit. I don't, you can clarify me if I'm wrong, Councillor McDonald, but I don't think this is an initiative that we're wanting the city to start Big Brothers and Big Sisters. No. It's about us getting it out that Big Brothers and Big Sisters is, a viable, solution that we could have in Dawson Creek. So is there any local members that would be interested in starting it up? Okay. That's what I'm understanding is that it's, about us promoting that, right? Not promoting Big Brothers and Big Sisters, but trying to kickstart it. Okay. Councillor Parslow.
Could I have the motion reread, please?
That council direct the communication manager to engage in communications in the community to initiate the possibility of starting some of the proposed programs outlined within Report 23087 in Dawson Creek.
Yeah, I wonder what I've heard verbalized, which I can support, I don't know if I don't like the word initiate that's in that motion. It is somewhat qualified by what follows it, but when you say initiate, do you mean don't you mean promote?
Or educate.
Or educate?
Promote, educate, yeah.
I was just wondering if you'd be willing to accept, because I liked what you were saying, but I thought the motion has a buzzword there, initiate, which it has all sorts of implications.
Yeah.
Can we quickly just change that word to educate? Is that?
Through your worship, if that's the wish of the mover.
Yeah. Councillor McDonald?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, actually, promote sounds excellent. And to what Your Worship, what you said and Councillor Earl's questions. I think Councillor Earl's desire to make sure that we had the proper information to promote these programs is very valid, right? To ensure that the information we share is accurate. And I agree. If we could request to have Big Brothers Big Sisters or any one of these groups come as a delegation to give information here to us that we can help promote to our community, absolutely, I think it would be very valuable.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Motion is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.2, report number 23-133 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding the community tourism planning. Councillor Kempf. Oh, I did that. There we go, Councillor Kempf. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 23-133 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding community tourism planning be received. Further, that Council direct staff to complete the expression of interest and return the form to Destination BC and inform them that the city wishes to proceed with an updated community tourism plan.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick. Discussion. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think obviously if there's funding in place and there's people with the know-how in place, it dovetails well with our strategic priority. One thing I would ask is if it's possible to, just for a refresher, maybe email out the existing plan to council so we can review that and compare and contrast. I think as we do these plans, it's important to know what came before for the sake of context and know, number one, what actually got done so that we can, these plans are wonderful, but sometimes they just end up on a shelf collecting dust and you see them once and never again. So I think it's important for us as a council, before we commit to this work, before we spend resources, whether or not they're funded through a grant or not, it is staff time and it is focus. And I think it's just important for us to understand how previous plans played out so that we can, understand the information being provided to us in context.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? Oh, I just had one maybe to Kevin. I don't know if this is just on this report. There's no other, we're not committing ourselves to anything by having them come in and do a study or report. I know it's a grant, but there's no, underlying issues or, liabilities to us.
So through Your Worship, we had a meeting with Destination BC there last week. The discussion is they have the funding to do the planning study. Their requests of the city are that we provide meeting space, we provide them with contact information of people that should be at the table, and we assist with that promotion of getting those people to the table, and that we're committed to the outcomes of the plan, to whatever degree, there is. So they're going to, if they're going to fund a plan and we're going to be part of the plan, they're assuming by going through the motions that you are willing to follow through on the plan. Now council is going to have a seat at the table to help shape the plan. So, but that's the opportunity that's in front of you.
So at the end of this, with that plan, that scares me a little bit. They're committed to the plan, but at the end of this, if there's a plan put forward, that has to come to council to be.
Absolutely.
To go forward.
There's going to be checks and balances.
Okay.
They're not going to develop a plan and impose it on you. It's, again, council is part of developing the plan and is going to be ultimately approving the final version of the plan that'll come in the new year.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
All right, I will call this, is there any other discussion? Okay, I will call this motion to vote.
Vote is closed. It's carried 6-1. Councillor Parslow is opposed. Next, we have 8.3, report number 23-122 from the corporate officer regarding 2023 policy review update. Councillor Apollonio.
Recommendation that report number 23-122 from the corporate officer regarding 2023 policy review be received for information.
I have a second. Councillor Earl, any discussion on receiving for information? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, 8.4, we have report number 23-124 from the Asset Management and Budget Clerk regarding actual to budget variance report for period ending June 30th, 2023. Councillor Kemp. Oh.
The recommendation, the report number 23-124 from the Asset Management and Budget Coordinator regarding actual to budget variance report for period ending June 30th, 2023 be received for information.
Do I have a second? Councillor Earl. Any discussion on receiving for information? Councillor Parslow.
Yes, so looking at the chart here, the 2023 actual Q2 year-to-date, $52,300,000 of expenditure. And the budget, 55 with a variance of $3,200,000. So I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly. So the budget amount of $55,500,000 is a 12-month budget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yet we're saying that we've spent, oh, this is revenue, sorry, isn't it? How stupid of me. I withdraw everything I was thinking. And I'm sorry for getting you uptight, Michelle. I apologize. I wasn't playing games at all. Sorry, Darcy.
That's all right. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I guess I just had one question I wanted to ask to Kevin through the staff. Just under the operating expenditures, I get that this is a 12-month budget and we're 6 months through. Is there any concern when you look at that we're at 52% of that already? I know it's minor, but are we actually over, or have we just spent 52% in the first? Is there any concerns?
So through your worship, no concerns at this point. What we see there is very typical, pretty much exactly what you would see at the end of June and in most years. There's always going to be those, little variances, 1 or 2%, but nothing that is concerning at this point.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. I just wasn't sure if that doubled and we're 4% over at the end of the year. It'd be good to know, so, okay. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Next one's going to be that I'm going to break for lunch, so I think we'll come back at 12:30. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I will move the recommendation that report number 2023-130 from the Parks and Facility Managers regarding RCMP detachment occupancy agreement be received. Further, that Council approve the attached RCMP detachment occupancy agreement between the City of Dawson Creek and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for a 10-year term commencing July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2033.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McDonald, any discussion?
Yeah, go ahead. Quick question. I know as the city has the capital plan moving forward and the long-term commitments we need to make, I know one of the buildings that is reaching the end of its life is the RCMP building. Are we confident that this 10-year term is this just kind of a standard amount of time they signed for, or is this something we're going to probably be revising at some point in the not too distant future when we look at replacing that building?
So through your worship, I believe the 10-year is standard now. As far as the building goes, that building is considerably newer than the one we're sitting in. So I'm going to assume it's farther down the line of replacement than a few others. So shouldn't be an issue in that regard.
Okay, and I guess one other thing is there was a panel, a joint bipartisan or across the board panel from the provincial government that at some point recommended moving to a provincial police service. I don't know if that's ever likely to happen, but in the event that it does, someone chooses to act on that, does that tie our hands? How does this affect this agreement? No idea.
Through your worship, I know that the agreement has, if something was to change, I believe it's 24 months notice. So I would assume that works in both directions. So we would have ample notice if something like that was ever to occur. And then if something like that was to occur, they would need somewhere to be as well. And there'd be a lot of moving parts there. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? All right, I will call this motion to vote. Could somebody pull Councillor Sutnick's card out? He's just on a Zoom for a few more minutes, so thank you. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Next, 8.7, we have report number 23-132 from the Development Service Manager regarding Freedom Mobile Telecommunications Tower, 11401 8th Street, request for concurrence. Can we just, fine if we just get a motion as it's provided in that one? It's a fairly long. You're fine with that, Brenda? Yeah. Councillor Parslow, do I have a second? Councillor Kempf, any discussion?
No, process seems to be done properly, so,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll call that motion to vote. Not that I didn't want to hear your voice for a whole time.
I don't know, you want me to rant and rave about
the vote is closed, it's carried.
Saving it up.
Saving
it.
I seen you jumping at your seat there, so. Next, we have 8.8, report number 23-109 from the Development Service Manager regarding 10428 17th Street remedial action. This one I will have read because it's a little bit more, yeah.
Why?
Well, I think it's important for the public to hear this one.
Yeah, so through your worship, I think it is important to read this. It is long and it's onerous, but it is crafted in such a manner to be so. So, and again, I think it's important, like you indicated, for the public to hear the particulars of it and the deadlines and all of that. So,
yep. Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Okay, I will move the recommendation that report number 23-109 from the Development Services Manager regarding 10428 17th Street remedial action be received. Further, that whereas the Council of the City of Dawson Creek has considered the condition of the single-family dwelling shown in photographs attached to Schedule A in report number 23-109 regarding 10428 17th Street remedial action dated August 14, 2023 and legally described as... We good?
I just wanted you to hear
watching
your
my
voice again.
ums and ahs. PID 013-806-661, Lot 5, Section 15, Township 78, Range 15, west of the 6th Meridian Peace River District Plan 2692, excluding Parcel A, in brackets H28794, hereinafter called the property, is in and creates an unsafe condition, a danger, and a health and life safety hazard to the public. Now therefore, pursuant to Sections 72 and 73 of the Community Charter, the Council of the City of Dawson Creek, in the regular meeting of Council assembled, resolves as followed. 1. That having reviewed report number 23-109, regarding 10428 17th Street remedial action and the photographs attached as Schedule A to this report, Council dated August 14, 2023, and all other information before Council at this meeting, Council finds under Section 73 2A of the community charter that the single-family dwelling on the property is in and creates an unsafe condition. 2, that council requires the registered owner of the property to remove the single-family dwelling in its entirety, the foundation, cap water, and sanitary services 300 millimeters from property line, and backfill the excavation to 98% compaction. 3, that council also requires the registered owner of the property to cause the said lands to be left in a safe condition after the single-family dwelling is removed. 4, that the registered owner of the property may request reconsideration by council, which is 14 days from personal service of remedial action requirement as provided under Section 78 of the Community Charter. 5, that the registered owner of the property must fulfill the requirements in this resolution by the date that is 30 days after notice of this resolution as provided under Section 76 of the Community Charter. 6, that if the registered owner of the property has not complied with this remedial action requirement within the time specified in Section 5, the City of Dawson Creek, by its staff, agents, and contractors, may enter onto the property and perform the work specified in this resolution. 6A, the cost of performing the work shall immediately become a debt owed by the owner of the property to the City of Dawson Creek. 6B, and such debt, if unpaid by December 31st, 2023 of the year in which it is invoiced, be added to the taxes of the property pursuant to Section 258 of the Community Charter. And 7, that council directs city staff to provide notice of this remedial action requirement in accordance with Section 77 of the Community Charter, including as required and the possibility that if the requirements are not fulfilled, the municipality may take action in accordance with Section 17 of the Community Charter at the expense of the person subject to the requirement.
Well done, thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Any discussion?
I'm good.
Councillor Parslow? You want it read back, Councillor McDonald?
To be truthful, I was tempted to ask, because, you know, staff said it was very important for the public to hear this, right? And I thought to myself, well, I'll try just to listen to this, and I would be challenged even to give you the address. So it might, if you have such a thing, it would be nice to have it on the television screen or whatever so that the people can study it and know what, given that the protesters at Fairy Creek, you know, they got off their charges because the RCMP only read a portion of the injunction, not the whole injunction. So that's an interesting question. But the only question is to Brenda, the last question to Brenda. Is the address absolutely correct? That's a name thing. No answer.
You did. I did hear this part that he did say it was the last question to Brenda. I didn't hear anything after that. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any more discussion? I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9 bylaws. 9.1, we have park dedication bylaw number 4562, 2023 for consideration of adoption. Ready? Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Kemp, I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.2, we have report number 23-127 from the Development Service Manager regarding a referral comments for official community plan amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4565, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4566, 2023 for consideration of first 3 readings and adoption. There's a recommendation there. Councillor Parslow?
I so move.
Can you read it?
I thought you just read it all. Yeah, okay.
No. There's a recommendation. I was just reading the one.
Well, yeah, I think it's pretty well as word. But
Yeah,
the report
okay.
number 23-127 from the Development Services Manager, referral comments for official community plan amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4565, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-03, Bylaw number 4566, 2023 be received. Further, that official community plan amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4565, 2023, and zoning amendment 23-03, bylaw number 4566, 2023 be given third reading and adopted.
Well done. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion? Did you want to discuss that, Councillor Parslow? or-
No, I don't
Okay.
want to.
All right. Okay, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.3, report number 23-128 from the Development Service Manager regarding referral comments for zoning amendment 23-04 bylaw number 4567, 2023 for consideration of third reading and adoption. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I recommend that report number 23-128 from the Development Services Manager regarding referral comments for zoning amendment 23-04, bylaw number 4567, 2023 be received. Further, that zoning amendment 23-04, bylaw number 4567, 2023 be given third reading and adopted.
Thank you. How do I have a second? Councillor Earl, any discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.4, report number 23-129 from the Developed Service Manager regarding zoning amendment 23-05, bylaw number 4569, 2023 for consideration of first and second reading. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to recommend the report number 23-129 for the Development Services Manager regarding zoning amendment 23-05, bylaw number 4569, 2023 be received. Further, the zoning amendment 23-05, bylaw number 4569, 2023 be given first and second reading. Further, that staff be directed to publish the advertising required for a public hearing prior to consideration of third reading and adoption.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio, any discussion? No? Oh, Councillor Parslow.
So you've changed the definition, and the reason for the change of definition is, in lay language?
So through your worship, the reason for the change is that the definition had a broad application to all C2 zones within the community. And we felt it was probably better suited to have a process that's a temporary use permit process, which means that any subsequent applications for an emergency shelter come forward to council much better able to consult, advertise, and have engagement and discussion around it, as opposed to it just being a blanket approval that it can go in all C2 zones.
So supplement to that then is temporary use permit. Does that often have I think it does, I've heard it, we've had other matters with the temporary use. Are they usually 2 years maximum?
There is a time frame on them, and I'll look to Bill. I can never remember the exact timelines on TUPs, but they have time frames, and is also opportunity for extensions or renewals, I should say.
Yeah, through your worship, there's a 3-year time frame,
Okay.
and then you can renew once after that. If the management and that of the use works well, then the idea behind this amendment is after the temporary use is expired, you would spot zone the property, which would allow permanent use as an emergency shelter on that said property.
So what you've said, does the opposite work? So the temporary use permit, if it's standard, it's 3 years, can it be less, or can it? Or what's the process of curtailing that?
It's a good question. Through your worship, staff or council has the authority to make that initial temporary use permit. It could be 1 year, it could be 2 years, 3 years, it could be 18 months if you wish, if council desires. So.
But the process of, what's the word, truncating the temporary permit to make it shorter? I mean, if they've made certain commitments and they're not fulfilling them, does the city have a capacity to quickly shut it down?
Through your worship, if items in the permit weren't being followed, there, we'd have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. But if items in the temporary use permit weren't being followed, there is a staff and council, I think, would have an authority to revoke that temporary use permit.
And can that, so is that usually, can that be done, let's say, within a 30-day period? I mean, I'm only saying this, not ever putting you on the spot at all, but this is a real issue in many communities, right? Temporary shelters, emergency shelters. And yeah, if everything's running well and fine, I'm comfortable with 3 years. I thought it was 2, but that's fine, 3 years. But sometimes, as we, I think, know, there's been great dissatisfaction with some of these types of facilities. And surely we should have a process of being able to lower the boom quickly if it becomes a gone show. That's just a comment, and I just would want to know what the process could be. And is that built into this, or should it be built into
So
this?
through your
Part of the
worship,
reason, Kevin, too, why this was brought in?
sorry.
Is this part of the reason why this has been brought forward, too?
Well, the reason it was brought forward was to provide council opportunity to engage the public in subsequent applications. Currently, it is so broad that council wouldn't really have an opportunity to have that engagement with neighboring properties. And the feedback we were hearing is that's probably not ideal. So that's one reason. So on the TUP, I would suspect that if, again, as Bill indicated, council could pick a shorter term to start with. But the real question is what if during the term of whatever that term is, things aren't going as planned? I suspect you would probably be in some form of a court injunction type of situation. It's much like a zoning issue, that is, someone's not adhering to a zoning, and if they just don't simply comply, you're forced to get into a legal proceedings to force them to comply. I suspect that would be the issue with the TUP, because it's a temporary form of zoning, temporary use. You would start with compliance, and if they failed, you would likely be in some form of legal action.
Okay, as usual, I appreciate your response, but I'm wondering, Kevin, given what you read about what's going on in different cities and different places, let's ask it a different way. Have you had any legal advice about this proposal that embraces this topic of closing a place down rapidly without a long, drawn-out court hearing? I know you'd have to have some process, but, you know, if the process is articulated ahead of time at the signing of the temporary use agreement, surely council should have some ability to dispose of the issues quickly, because we know they can become flashpoints for residents affected by a emergency shelter that's not been run well.
So through your worship, we haven't asked the question about being able to expedite a process of, you know, shutting something down. That we haven't. We've asked questions around, you know, going through what was maybe the best process, and that's what's in front of you as far as, you know, proposing the TUP. But we can. I fear the law is the law, and there would be due process. But we can certainly ask the question if what you're asking, I think, is when you enter into the TUP with this individual or organization, do you have an ability to put some parameters within it to force them to adhere to your requirements, and if not, it's clearly laid out what.
Clearly laid out, yeah.
That I'm not certain on, but we could check.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. Next, we have 9.5, report number 23-110 from the corporate officer regarding land sale bylaw number 4568, 2023, 62 Vic Turner Airport Road for consideration of first three readings. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Recommendation that report number 23-110 from the corporate officer regarding land sale bylaw number 4568, 2023, 62 Big Turner Airport Road be received. Further, that land sale bylaw number 4568, 2023 be given first three readings.
Do I have a second? Councillor Earl, any discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.6, report number 23-081 from the Development Service Manager regarding bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4560, 2023 for consideration of first three readings. Councillor Kempf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move recommendation that report number 23-081 from the Development Services Manager regarding bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4560, 2023 be received. Further, that bylaw notice enforcement amendment bylaw number 4560, 2023 be given first three readings.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Discussion. Call that motion to vote. Vote is closed, and it was carried, I believe, yes. All right, next 10 is Mayor's Business, 10.1 Mayor's Update. So first, I just wanted to touch a little bit on the round tables that I've been doing. I did have a few that I touched on last time. I have a seniors one coming up next week, where I'm just meeting with a group of seniors within our community, just to just more of, I'm going into them with no agenda. I'm going in just to listen. So this one, I don't have any idea who's coming. A lady that met with me about these originally, I reached out to her about organizing it. So she's going to have like 8 to 10 seniors come. I've also have another business one planned in September. And then I had some conversations with some local tourism businesses that wanted to get together to meet too. So that might be a next one that I might do, is just, have a few of them around the table, and, maybe a few cities from the city team as well. So that's where that's at. I attended the Tim Hortons Camp Days. So I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the team at Tim Hortons. I got to go in there and work with their team and work the window. It was really fun, and it's a little bit of my background, so I was very intrigued about how their system works. And then they quickly kicked me out of there and put me outside. So I don't know what that was about, but just the team at the facility was absolutely unbelievable, and that doesn't surprise me, knowing their leadership with Kyle and Jillian. They just do an amazing job for our community. So I just, wanted to give a huge shout out to that team and Jillian and you as well, Kyle. I appreciate what you guys do in the community, as I know everybody does. But that day it was fun. It was nice to hang out. I got to meet a lot of your team and build some relationships with them and talk to a lot of your customers. So I appreciate you allowing us to do that too, right? Because your customers is your livelihood. And so thank you, and thank you to your whole team for that. So you're welcome. Make sure Jillian gets that thank you too. Next, the Rib Fest. I attended the Rib Fest, was in town. So a couple things. I was there on the DC Wildcats dunk tank. I was along with a few other counselors were there, so I got a little wet. But it was fun. The DC Wildcats were there all weekend doing the dunk tank and raising funds. So I don't know their number, but when I was there on Sunday, they raised quite a bit of money for it. The Rib Fest itself, I want to give a huge shout out to Rotary because they put themselves out on the line bringing Ribfest here, and like they do on a lot of their initiatives, they go above and beyond the call of duty in our community, and just bringing another event to our community. It's to them, it wasn't about fun. At the end of the day, it was about a fundraiser, but that wasn't their whole purpose. It was about having something that brings community together, brings people to our community, and for that I'm thankful. I mentioned that to them when I was talking to them there, but it's not always about making money or the end goal winning, right? It's just about an organization that's doing something. And on the Saturday evening I went by there, and there was a lot of people there. Like I think they had a couple thousand people on Saturday go through. So just an amazing event. So I just wanted to thank them. Next, the Co-op Race Against Hunger. We touched on that a little bit. Another couple amazing organizations in our community. The Co-op, they do so much in our community and give back so much. They definitely are one of the leaders. I look at them as, up there as the leaders in our community, and they're not always about recognition. They just do a lot of good things. And Ovintiv put it on in partnership with Co-op. Another great organization, Ovintiv, how much they did through the last week, I just blows me away what they do. But they did this whole Race Against Hunger where a bunch of teams come in there and race and collect groceries, which is all donated by the co-op to the three of the food banks in the community, and then Ovintiv matches them dollar for dollar, and then they weigh all that product and then they match it pound for pound too. So. I don't know what the numbers are, but it was well attended. The co-op also had the pancake breakfast in the parking lot, which, had a lot of people at it. So I guess for me, this is what hits home is when I get to attend these events, and that's the reason why I put my name forward for this position, is because I want to give back to our community, and it's organizations like that reassure me why I'm here and why I want to be here every day, and just to do what's right for our community. So I just wanted a huge thank you to both of them. The tent events, I was fortunate enough to attend 4 of them. So on Wednesday, which will be a little bit of different order here, Ovintiv had a tent down at the fairgrounds, the Exhibition Association. So I met, Adam and Jason from Ovintiv. They threw on a tent event there. There was, I think, 300 plus people in there that they invited from our community. Just, an amazing thing, amazing network opportunity, but, just really just amazing to be there and on behalf of the city to recognize all those folks that are there that, give back to our community daily to make it a better place. Then Thursday, Dale from Scion Industries, he hosted the tent event there, which again, organizations from all over, a lot of the First Nations chiefs and council were there. A lot of the municipalities, regional district. So just, another great event that wasn't just about like business. It was just about being out in a, good environment to meet good people that do a lot for their communities and organizations. So just an amazing networking event. And then on Friday, we got nodes, HF nodes and PC Oilfield. So Al and Murray and Joe and, Myrna was there. It was great to see Myrna. I haven't seen her for years, or a year probably. I haven't seen her, but just great to see her there greeting everybody. Another amazing company in our community that does so much, and they just do it for the right reasons. They just give back. It's not about recognition. They hold this event just to give back to their customers and to the community. And so, I just a huge thank you to them as well. It was another well-attended event. I think they were all plus of 300 people. Yeah. And then on Saturday, the Bannister Group, who is another leader in our community and what they do and give back. And
They hosted the tent on Saturday night, and, Aaron and Mark and that whole team, they're just another one of those multiple leaders in our community that go above and beyond the call of leaders every day. They give back, they do so much, and not for recognition, just to make our community a better place. So I want to thank them as well. The Fall Fair Parade on Friday. I've been in 2 parades now. There's a lot of amazing things that I've got to do sitting in this seat, but probably my 2 favorite things. The 2 favorite things that I've done. I get to be there and make contact with kids, who is our future, and our future leaders, and who our community is. So I tried to touch and give candies and our City Dawson Creek stuff to every kid that I could in that parade, and I think I drove the city staff a little bit crazy because I'm like, I'm not missing a child if I can. But it was amazing and just so heartwarming. The other part of that is some that don't get recognition is our city team that put in that float. It was so well done and so detailed. I just want to give a huge shout out to that team that put it together. And then also the city team that rode on that float with us. And, Reed was the passenger in the truck with his dad who works here. They were just a great team. They were friendly. They had no problems with myself and Councillor Kempf giving out 90% of the items so that we could be out there. They were just happy to be there. And they were excited that we were there. And Councillor Apollonio, he snuck in there a little bit too to steal some of our stuff. I just wanted to really recognize the city team for what they did, for how much. I know there was a lot of time that went into putting that float together. Then I also want to recognize all those that put in floats. Another well-attended, I don't know how many floats there were, but there was a lot of businesses, a lot of organizations. It was just amazing to see everybody come together. And then, obviously the citizens, that's what it's all about, right? I don't know how many there was, but it felt like it was most of our community was out there. So it was just really amazing. And then last but not least, to Rotary for their commitment to organize and put the Fall Fair parade on. Without them, it wouldn't have happened. I know they switched routes, which I think was amazing. Everybody I talked to out there said, "Oh, it's so much cleaner and nicer. There was so much more room for people." So I just want to give a huge shout out to Rotary for the amount of time that they put into organizing that, because it's not just something where you show up and you go. They had a lot of Rotarians down there, and they put a lot of time into it. So thank you to them. Next, Lakeview Credit Union had their 80th anniversary. I wasn't able to attend, but I just wanted to give a shout out to the credit union. I think I've been a member there for, it feels like forever, but probably 30 some years. And always been another, organization that's, they're more than a bank institute. They're a leader in our community. They're always giving back. They're always doing, things to better our community, not just about bettering their business model. It's about really giving back to our community. So thank you to them. The Dawson Creek Exhibition Association, their 101st anniversary to, Connie and their team. I can't thank them enough for the amount of effort they put into to that. The whole grounds down there, they really do an amazing job. Bringing that, the standard of that rodeo to the level they have is clearly a reflection of their leadership and what they do. I was there all weekend. I didn't attend yesterday, so I apologize for that, but I needed a little day to recuperate. But, Saturday I was walking around, and I don't think I've seen that many people. Like, it was shoulder to shoulder, the whole rodeo, the whole midway, the walking in between. There was so many food vendors and little businesses set up. It was just, it was very inspiring just to walk through that. And I was very proud to be like, wow, this is pretty amazing for our community to have this. So a huge thank you to them. Also, I added a couple things here. Last week we had a meeting. We had the Soto new chief and council in town. So Chief Rudy Paquette and 3 other councillors, Justin, Colleen, and Eureka were in town. So they came in. We met with them for a bit at the city. Just had some real open dialogue. Really congratulated them on their recent elections. Just another chance to build a relationship with them. Went for lunch with them. It was good. It was a great event. No, not a great event. Just a great meeting and a great introduction and get to know them a little bit better. And then my last thing, I just wanted to touch a little bit. Tumbler Ridge, our neighbors, just currently threw on their Emperor's Challenge on the weekend. So I know that was another successful thing, but I wanted to give a little shout out to Councillor Kempf down there as she attended. And she had a goal of, I think she's attended for, I don't know how long, 27 years, she said, or something like that, but a long time. But her goal was to get a gold medal, and this weekend she achieved that. So I just wanted to give a huge congratulations to Councillor Kemp, so thank you. And that is all I have for my mayor's update. Any questions on any of those? No? All right. I am going to go, I did skip the one item just because Councillor Sudnick had a commitment. So I'm just going to finish on mayor's update and then I'll go back to that. But we'll go to 10.2. So the delegation from the Dawson Creek Curling Club facility management lease agreement. So there was an ask there, and it was just for us to, allow dialogue between our city team and them to take a look at the lease. I don't think there's any commitments from us, but I think that was the ask, is really just to allow them to take a look. So Kevin, I don't know, do you want to add anything before it comes to?
So through your worship, I think you're absolutely correct. There's no harm in especially seeing we have some new people at the table. Ryan's here with us, sitting down and hearing from them what concerns they are. We're not going to commit to making any changes. Obviously, we'll listen and see what they have to say, and if there's something that needs to come back to council, we will. But there's no harm in that. And actually, I'm sure Ryan's going to be meeting with all the lease holders at some point. But this one's specifically in front of you with an ask, and like I say, there's no harm in directing us to have that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow.
So I move that we empower staff to discuss the lease with the Dawson Creek Curling Club and report back to council. Yeah.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, any discussion? I will call that motion to vote. I was looking over at the empty chair there. I was like, oh. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I was just waiting for it, then not paying attention, sorry. The vote is closed. It's carried.
Can I just introduce?
Yeah.
Whilst we're talking about a lease agreement.
Could you push your button, please?
So whilst we're talking about a lease agreement, there are some issues I should need to talk to you about an existing lease agreement. And Kevin, staff is aware of the issues, but it's something that Ryan, if we could talk with Kevin, I'd like to brief Ryan on some pretty significant issues that have come up with the lease agreement. Okay?
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just before I forgot it.
Okay, thank you. Next, 10.3, with a delegation from the BC grain producers, permissive tax exemption. I think we're dealing with that under tax exemption. We don't need to deal with that right now, right? Correct, okay. All right, I am going to go back to item 8.5, report number 23-126 from the Financial Service Manager regarding the 2024 to 2027 permissive tax exemption report selecting participants. I guess just to clarify, Kevin, maybe you could, just because it's the first time we've went through this as a council,
is this, so if this goes through today, like, this is written in stone, or is this just kind of making everybody aware, and then what's, like, just to kind of bring everybody up to speed on what the process is?
So through your worship, a bit about the process. So first step is the applications came in. The deadline was the end of July. So we have all the applicants in. Michelle and her staff went through the applications using the policy as a guideline. And this is a bit of a starting point for council. And so we present that to you in the report. Based on the policy, here's what we think each application, where it falls. There's also some new applicants that have not applied previously. We recommend that, those folks maybe come and present to you, just so you can learn a little bit more about their organization and have a better sense and more able to make a judgment on their application. BC Grain Growers was here today. That was one of them. So the next step is for council to make a decision on the applicants and as far as what the exemption would be. Right now, the policy states 100%, 80%, or 60%. Of course, council could choose some other number other than that, but I would recommend try and stay with the policy guidelines. Once that's complete, or once those decisions are made, we have to put that within a bylaw that needs to be adopted and sent to BC Assessment no later than the end of October. So this is just part of the process, why we're starting now. We have one more meeting in September where we suggest those new applicants could come and present to you. So that really only leaves you then 2 meetings in October. And so, although that sounds like a long ways away, it's here before you know it. So we need to make, I say we, council needs to make decisions on these so that we can be prepared for the bylaws that will get 2 meetings in October.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But just to clarify, so if somebody was to make this recommendation moving forward, that selecting participants be received for the council provides the exemption as provided in Schedule A and B. Say somebody wants to move this forward but wants to make a change to one of them, they're still able to do that.
Absolutely. This is just a starting point to try and give a bit of guidance to council and save you from having to go through each one and apply the policy. It's just a starting point. And a lot of it is based on similarities to previous years for these same applicants.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And thank you, Michelle, for putting this together. I know there's probably a lot of work that went into it, so thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thanks. So based on the conversation, is this the time for me to, if I have a question about a specific organization, or should we wait till future conversations go?
I think if you want to make the motion and then we can second it and then you can, yeah.
Okay, so I will make the motion. Sorry, I'll go back to where the motion is.
Page 3.
Move the recommendation that report number 23-126 from the Financial Services Manager regarding 2024 to 2027 permissive tax exemption report, selecting participants be received. Further, the council provides the exemptions as provided in Schedule A and Schedule B attached. Further, that new applicants present to council at the September 11th, 2023 council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl.
The Child Development Center, they qualify for an 80% tax exemption. Can someone speak to why that's not, they didn't qualify for the full exemption? Just from what I know of the organization, in reading the criteria, I'm curious as to why they wouldn't fall within that.
Through your worship. And yeah, we thought there may be a question on this. And so the only reason that the 80% and not the 100% was provided was the financial information that they provided to us through the application process. And unless we're reading it wrong, it appeared that they had, sorry, we're just going to dig up the information in the application. So in 2022, just going off of their statements, their revenues were 3.1 million and their operating expenses were 2.8.
Okay.
So that was a $300,000 profit. So that's, just when we were putting all that in, it seemed as if, from a financial standpoint, that they had over $300,000 profit. So weren't sure if that, in our mind, that's how that came into play.
Okay. They don't, knowing, they don't turn a profit. The money any excess revenue they have at the end of the year presumably would be, they do with it what we would do with it and put it into an operational or capital reserve. And if we're going to, if it is what it is, but if we're going to have that be one of the criteria, it should be listed as one of the criteria.
So
I feel like, anyway, just so people are.
Yep, no, through your worship. And so that's, that was the only thing that, I guess, made that change, or that changed our recommendation on that. But again, that's completely up to council if they wish to make that 100%.
Okay, that was my question.
Ask a question before, thanks, Councillor Earl. So say in a scenario like that, Councillor Earl thinks it should be 100%. Do we need another recommendation or another motion right now? Or how is this? Because, if we say go through 50 of these, which we're not, but if we do, and there's somebody wants to change, does Councillor Earl, would he need to put a motion forward right now? Well, we got one on the floor, or how does that?
So Brenda, how would you suggest that is the cleanest way to do this?
Yeah, if there is any change to the way that this resolution was presented with the first motion, then there will be amendment required that will need to be adopted.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Okay, so we have a set of criteria. So your judgment is based, in my opinion, should be based entirely on the criteria. So the one raised by Councillor Earl fits under which category? The social service organizations? Yeah. Where does it talk about finances in the criteria?
Well, the application asks for.
Just got to push your.
So through your worship, the application asks for the financial statements. And maybe that's the disconnect, is the policy doesn't speak about the financials. And so we are asking for that information, and then we see that information, and I guess maybe wrongfully we applied that information to our recommendation.
Well, I mean, the criteria, notwithstanding what you've said, and I'm going to get back to that, but the criteria should be the sole determinant. Okay? Mm-hmm. I always viewed the submission of financial information was a requirement for the application to be considered, not that you would be making any judgments about their financial situation. If staff feel that an analysis of their financial situation should be a factor, it should be built into the criteria. I'm very familiar with this, right? Obviously, I was involved in writing it, but in its application as well in my previous work. So if council doesn't like the outcomes of the criteria, change the criteria. Otherwise, you're slipping back into a Don show, right? And all this work that went into developing this just goes by the by. And I'm not arguing for or against the financial criteria. I'm just making the plea, if we make any changes, make the changes to the criteria or build things into the criteria. Then applications would be very simply applied, right? So my question before all that tirade is, how did you find the application of the criteria? Was it difficult, or was it smooth, or what? Because this is the first time we've done this, right? Any reflections?
Got any reflections? I'm going to go with no. That
no, you're not going to answer the question.
I think the discussion I had with the financial staff is that it was, it wasn't super onerous. It went fine. Although I think as being the first year, you find some of these, things you might want to tweak moving forward. As, like I said, the application and the policy, maybe there was a couple of discrepancies that didn't line up as well as you wanted, but other than that. And I don't know that we heard too much from the applicants themselves as far as it being too onerous or anything like that, so.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow, any other discussion? I had a few, I guess, just, I'll just go ahead. There's the four, obviously, that in the pink at the bottom that are new. So, for example, the South Peace Health Service Society or the BC Grain Producers. They're new, so I know we're asking them to come back in September, but do we know where they fit, within this policy? So them not having 180 or 60 on here, is that saying that they do not fit in the policy and they would be 0% exemptions? Or do we are we just being kind and having them come in first?
So through your worship, the BC Grain Producers who was here already, and as I stated earlier, they don't fit in the policy.
Okay.
They're not social, they're not a place of worship, they're not sports related. Campus kids, daycare would be social services. South Peace Health Services would be social. And the Chamber of Commerce, that one I'm not sure, again, if that really fits anywhere.
So with that being said, say the South Peace Health Service Society, for example, I'm the Ball Trace House, but say it fits in the 100%. Or do we need to have them come in to present to us? If we already know that, unless, we're saying something different, do we need them to, not saying I don't want them to come in and speak to us, but I mean, there's a criteria, so they've submitted the criteria.
I think from staff's perspective is we are making the assumption that because they are new to the list, council may not be aware of, maybe what they do or what they have to offer. The ones that have been on the list previously, we're also making the assumption that council is familiar with them because they've made decisions on them in the past.
Okay.
So any new applicants, and again, council could waive that opportunity. If you are comfortable on what the health services does, and you don't need to make them come in and do a presentation if you're comfortable with that. Like I said, from our perspective, we're just offering that up because they are new applicants.
So then after they would come in and do their presentation, then we would be like, okay, their application puts them in this qualification. Yeah. Okay. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Just because I am new and I'd like clarification as far as the financial stuff goes. Permissive tax exemption. Is the point of this not to ensure we are not presenting a hardship on services and associations that are providing service to our community? So that if, and I'm sorry, we're going to go back to them, if they present us financials that say, we churned $300,000 of profit or revenue, profitable revenue, why are we allowing them to receive a tax exemption? Now, I'm sorry, it sounds harsh, right? Because they are providing an amazing service to our community, but if you can pay your taxes, right, is not the whole point of this to ensure we're not creating hardship on those that are providing great service to our community?
Well, and I can't speak on behalf of, we have criteria met out for this, but financials of a company are done, as you know, are done on a day. So just because they showed a profit one day doesn't mean that this year there's a loss, right? That money might already be accounted for, but it's a nonprofit organization. I don't think, but that's not a criteria of this. So, yeah. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have just a point of clarification through you to staff based on something you asked. So with respect to the four new applicants, is it our job to approve them as qualifying for the exemption, and then staff, based on the criteria, assigns a percentage, or are we going to be responsible for approving them and assigning the percentage? Okay. I just wanted to see if there was maybe a separation between what we're doing. And then I guess to respond to Councillor McDonald's point around the finances, I'm not opposed entirely to having there be a financial component to the criteria. Councillor Parslow's point is it does need to be laid out in the criteria. My worry is you're going to get the appearance of arbitrariness, as the government saying, well, show me your books and we'll tell you how many taxes you can afford to pay, which we want to avoid the appearance of. So if there is a financial consideration, absolutely, but we need to make sure we're explicit and clear in what that is and not just appearing to come up with it on the fly.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I'm really appreciating the thinking of Councillor MacDonald and Earl. It's great. I just enjoy it so much. I mean that. I mean it sincerely. I'm not making a joke of it. I really do appreciate the thought in this. But so I think that if people were going to, as was said by, I think, Councillor Earl, if we were going to analyse their financial position, my experience in dealing with all sorts of different organisations, they will adjust the books to reflect the advantage. And there's a variety of ways of adjusting the books, right? I think the purpose of permissive tax exemption is primarily, if we forget the houses of worship, that they are doing things for the betterment of this community that the city might, be doing in some instances, not all exclusively. So I would suggest that we keep the finance, they must submit a financial thing as per but we don't use that in the criteria. And in that sense, I would think then South Peace Charles Development Society would be eligible for 100%. If the only reason they were put as 80 is you guys made a judgment outside of the criteria, right? And I would plead that if there's something wrong with the criteria, change the criteria. So we don't have to go through year after year after year after year of staff work and ourselves putting mental energy into this.
Are you making that amendment?
I would make the amendment that the South Peace Child Development Society receive 100% exemption based upon the criteria as in our policy.
Do I have a second?
Yep.
Councillor Earl. Brenda, may I, just for clarification, if there's going to be like 5 more amendments coming, do I need to call that an amendment to vote and then, or do I call them all at the end?
Yeah, through your worship, each amendment would need to be voted on individually.
So we can now discuss that amendment, and then once that's done, then we'll go back to the original motion. Okay, so is there any discussion on that amendment? Councillor Earl?
I mean, I support this. I think in having dealt with Kim, who's the executive director up there on a number of occasions, if you have questions about the services they provide or how their resources are being allocated, I would encourage my colleagues to reach out to her for more information. And to Councillor Parslow's point on the whole financial piece and how, that can be adjusted. I know, as he said, part of the rationale is not just can they afford to pay taxes, but the resources they would pay in taxes could otherwise be allocated towards their services, which we then aren't providing. So I think that's a good argument, and I'm in support of the amendment.
Thank you. I think as well, too, I was up at the Child Development Center a little while ago. They're putting a significant amount of capital back into that premise, too. They've done a lot of upgrades. They got a lot coming, so they're doing a lot for our community. So, anyways, I'm going to call that amendment to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. So we're back to the original motion on the floor. So, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this discussion has just given me cause to think, for those organizations that apply that aren't being granted a full exemption, are they being advised as to why their exemption is less than, like, when we inform them? Are they getting to know, here's why it isn't, and here's what would need to happen to bring that up? Or
So through your worship, their application, they would have had the policy to review, obviously, because it helped guide them to see if they could at least articulate whether they meet or not. So whenever the decision is made and the outcomes, we will certainly get back to them, and we can provide them the outcomes and why, based on the policy, that they were less than 100, whatever that might be.
Thank you. Other discussion? I guess one, just going through these bottom ones on the pink. So, we had the BC Grain Producers Association here today. So if we don't say anything now, they're just there's no option to come back to it. The other is the South Peace Health Service Society. We know what that's about because we gave them a grant to cover taxes last year. So, I think everybody sitting at this table was part of that.
So through your worship, if there's some in that new category, like you identified, that you feel you want to make a motion on, it'd be an amendment, would be handled the same way. Because right now, the main motion is for these folks to come and present at September 11th. You could make an amendment to say, for instance, South Peace Health Services Society doesn't need to come on the 11th, and you could apply a percentage to them within that amendment. And if council agrees, that will then answer that one question. BC Grain Producers, you could make a decision on that through an amendment now, knowing that you've listened to them. You could make a decision on that. So I think you can deal with those individually through an amendment, much the same as you did with the
last one.
Yeah.
So I guess that being said, I don't, I know what the criteria is because I can look at it, but do you know where they would fit in that right now? Because, as much as I'd love South Peace Health Service Society to come in here and, I'd love to hear what they're doing. They've been in here 3 times. We already know what they're doing. Is it fair to bring them back in here to spend, take time away from what they're doing when we already know what this is about? So I guess I could say that I want to make an amendment and do 60% or 80%, but do you know where those would fit in? Are they, but based on the criteria, are they 100%? Are they 80%?
Yeah, so through your worship, the first thing is it open 7 days a week or more than 5 days a week? I don't have that answer myself off the top. So if they're open more than 5 days a week and they regularly provide members of the vulnerable population an opportunity to be involved in the community or regularly engage with other agencies and community resources to support vulnerable populations, and routinely provide comprehensive set of services to the vulnerable population year-round.
But isn't that what's on the application though, Kevin? So they've already submitted an application, right? So based on that application.
Do you have it?
Have they been in operation to regularly provide anything?
They've been 6 months. I don't think so. Brenda, now that we're talking about Southeast Health Service Society, does Councillor Sudnick need to leave for this one? Okay, yes. Sorry for putting you in that position, Councillor Sudnick. I'm not to waste staff times. I just don't know if, also I want to respect their time on getting them to come back in here, so.
That's why they're looking that up. You know, we passed new procedures around dealing with amendments, so we're not using those.
That was passed, wasn't it?
It was passed, but we're not using that.
Oh, where we don't do the
If
vote.
you say, is there consensus about this amendment?
Oh.
There is, then the amendment is approved. We don't go through voting each amendment, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Brenda, did we pass a procedure where, when we're making amendments, if it's a unanimous, we don't need to vote? I can just look for approval from everybody? Okay. That was just put forward.
We're just exploring it, Charlie. We approved it. We approved that.
Staff was asked to amend the procedure bylaw to accommodate that.
How many years ago was that?
I'm just gonna, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for putting all that on you. The other one is so if the BC grain producers were here in the motion, it talks about these 4 coming in September. Since they were here today, do we need to deal with that today, or will their name still be on in September that we can filter through that one?
Through your worship, the BC grain producers?
Yeah.
Be quiet. Tell them to be quiet. Sorry. So BC grain producers, you can make that decision today.
Okay.
If you feel that they don't fit within a category, it's pretty clear. You've listened to them today. You know where they sit. It's pretty easy to make that decision if you wish.
Yeah, okay. Okay. And then I guess on the other question, do you need, is that even, do you have the information to answer that, on the South Peace Health Society right now, or should we just?
So through your worship, what I would suggest is that we could go through it and provide council on the 11th. If you don't need to bring them in for a presentation, saves them the time. You could make the decision on the 11th. We can provide the recommendation, the percentage for the criteria for them. And we can provide a recommendation for them on the 11th.
Okay,
the next
thank
meeting.
you. Okay. You want to grab Councillor Sudnick? And then I had one other thing I just wanted to touch base on here is, on here, I know the Parks and Rec, we have the golf course, Dawson Creek Golf course is on here, and so up until this, they were 100% exempt. Before this was brought in, I know we've met with them a couple times, right, and they've been to council, but I guess my hard part is this, so maybe it's more the policy and the outlining of this as I look at, the golf course in a way that, it's an added service to our community. Similar to the curling club, the ski hill, a lot of amenities we have in our community. The city owned the golf course and we gave it away. A previous council did that. Clearly because of the cost of that. Since then, since I've been sitting here, there's been no cost to the city having the golf course. We don't look after capital projects out there. The curling rink's a similar thing. They pay 15% of bills. Golf course pays all their bills. The curling rink, capital expenditures come to us. We own it. So I get so I don't know if this is a criteria thing, and I'm not saying that the golf course shouldn't pay anything, because they said that they were in here, that they were fine. Like they felt like, you know, I think the number was $5,000. They were fair with paying, but I think at 60%, that's a pretty substantial amount coming from a nonprofit organization that I don't think the city would want to take on, because I think we did have it and we gave it away. So, I'm not, I'm just saying that to have some dialogue around it, because I know we've had some in the past, and I know the golf course was here, and they had some communication with us with that. So the criteria says that they're 60% exempt, so that would be 40%, which is a pretty substantial amount. They're building a great youth program out there. They're building a lot of things, similar to the curling club. They're very similar. They're both seasonal operations. So I just feel like I get one is city owned and one's not city owned, but they're very similar amenities. They both have restaurants. They both serve, they cater to events. They're both seasonal. They both have, I think the golf course probably has more members, but they're both similar, like what they cater to in our communities. So to say that an owned facility only pays 15% of the bills, and no, some capital expenditures, but we do look after it. It's our building, and then we give another one away to a nonprofit organization, and they pay 40% taxes plus 100% of all their bills. I look at it that way, and then I also look at like if this, I guess like figure skaters or hockey, or you look at the soccer. If the soccer organization came to the city and said, "Look, we'd like you to give us the property. We'll maintain it. We'll look after it," we would be like all over that, because it's a cost to our taxpayers. So we did that with the golf course. I think it was in the 60s. It was a long time ago. It was a lot of previous councils ago, but we owned it. We gave it away. And now we're going back and, taking. So I just wanted to put it out on the floor to have some open discussion around it. So, yeah. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I'm not sure that your portrait of the history is completely accurate. The Dawson Creek Athletic Association owned a substantial part of the golf course. The only part that I know from the history of the golf course that was given to it by the city was where the driving range is. That was given way before I came on council, right? So I think maybe, do you have any idea of the history, anybody? It's quite a few years, right? But the Dawson Creek Athletic Association owned the rest of that golf course. I don't think the city ever gave it. Did they? Are you saying the city gave the land to the Dawson Creek Athletic Association 40 odd years ago or so?
Well, that's what I understand. I sat on that board a long time ago, and from what my recollection is that it was given. It was city owned. The DCAA was formed and took over that property from the city, but I could be wrong. I mean, that was years ago when I was on it. I don't know, Kevin, do you have anything to?
I have the history of the Dawson Creek Athletic Association at home. Yeah. I should look that up, but certainly, as you know, if you look at the assessment, there's different parcels there, right? And one parcel did belong to the city and was given to the Dawson Creek Athletic Association, who are the owners of the entire golf course. And I think that is where the driving range is currently located. But you see, when you go through your reflections, we then, if we start action, because every organization can present some specific nuance that then makes having any criteria obsolete, because you're going to ignore the criteria to whether it's the Tiddly whatever, the tennis club, the badminton club, they've all got different histories and different circumstances. Then we go back to where we were before. We don't have, it becomes very difficult to give staff a framework to make any decisions on. And that's the only the danger. And, you know, in speaking on the other side, you raised some interest in comparisons, i.e. curling club and golf club, right? Very, very similar. Yeah. The golf club, when they came here, the Dawson Creek Athletic Association, when they came here, what was said and what was said to me privately is world apart. What was said here at the council table, right? That they didn't have any problem with the taxes, right? Was not what I was hearing before that meeting.
Yeah, I kind of felt like they did, but yeah. No, I agree with what you're saying, Councillor Parslow, like giving the staff better direction, but I think too, like when you're talking about, you know, leases at 85% and 15, and then we're doing this at 60 and 40, like there's some inconsistencies there.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I
for
don't disagree
very
with you.
similar
Yeah.
Services.
Yes.
And non-profit organizations.
Yes, yeah.
Councillor Earl.
So I guess a couple things around the golf course specific. And I guess first through you to staff and looking over the criteria, just with the works with city partners, other agencies, what's the definition of a partner? How have we defined that?
Excuse me, through your worship, a definition of a partner?
Yeah, would that be the Chamber of Commerce? Would that be they host their AGM? Like, I don't know what the cost is, or if they cut them a rate. Like, would that?
Yeah, I mean,
you know, I'm trying to just for the sake of accuracy as we go through this.
I mean, what you're looking for is an organization that is offering up things to communities, to folks from the communities, community groups, whether it's, you know, Kiwanis or those types of groups or other agencies or, you know, could be any number of that, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be litigious, but, you know, the devil's in the details. And when we write policy, that's kind of how it goes. Secondly, I do recall, and I'm not sure if it was when the Athletic Association was here, but in subsequent conversations with people, the golf course has talked about opening up their facility in the winter to snowshoers and cross-country skiers. To the best of our knowledge, has that occurred, or is that?
Through your worship, it has not occurred as of yet. But of course, that's part of, you know, the reason on the criteria, right? And so it might encourage them to do so by saying, well, if we do this and this, we can get an extra 20 points. You know, that's part of it too, right? Is to provide that carrot for them to do that. And I think looking at the criteria, that's kind of what is holding them back, is that it's not year-round at this point. They're not providing that.
And looking at it, I do, similar in the same vein as what qualifies as a partner, how do we define low cost? Is it, because I know they offer reduced rates for youth, but low cost by whose standards? By people that can afford to play golf? I you know, once again, I'm not trying to be litigious, but, you know, there's room for some subjectivity here. But yeah, that was a question I had with respect to something that would qualify them for the 80% is if that commitment to open the facility up for cross-country skiing and snowshoeing in the winter were fulfilled or actioned, it would get them there.
Yeah, I know their restaurant facility, I've heard them talking that they're looking at opening that year-round.
Well, they open it for Christmas parties.
Yeah, but they're talking about doing it a little bit more.
Okay. So this might be, I mean, with respect to this particular organization, it might be worth reaching out to them to have a conversation, because we do have a couple more meetings before we have to finalize this.
Maybe have them come here in September?
Yeah, and give us a pitch on what we get, if the intent of these criteria is to get more value for the to justify the exemption by getting more value for the community, this would give them that opportunity.
Okay. So would we need to make an amendment to invite them, or can we just?
So through your worship, what I would do is if you do not make an amendment and this main motion passes, they're going to get what is recommended and staff's recommended. If you are thinking you would like them to come in and have a discussion and that you might change your mind on that, then you need to make an amendment to have them come to the September meeting to present. And then what that does is that removes them from the main motion of getting what's recommended.
Okay. Did you want to, Councillor Earl?
Yeah, I'll make the motion, but I guess one last thing I'd mention before I make the motion is, and something that does kind of make the golf course distinct in this whole conversation, in addition to what the mayor noted about the comparisons with the curling rink, is the land they occupy is effectively sterile. We can't build anything there because it's on a floodplain. So if they weren't there, it's not like we'd have a commercial development. Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but to the best of my knowledge, anytime we have the water start to rise, that's the first place to get hit.
Yeah. A large portion of the property is within the floodplain for sure.
Yeah, so, that's something also to be taken into consideration, although it doesn't necessarily fit within the criteria laid out. So I'll make that amendment that we invite them in to discuss the different
criteria.
Different criteria and how that can be met to secure an 80% exemption as opposed to the 60% that they're currently slotted in.
Through your worship, I was just going to say, you may not even want to, just a suggestion, about putting in the 80% into your motion might be just simply for them to come present and see how they could provide you additional information that may allow you to look at a different level of exemption.
That's what I meant to say, obviously, Kevin. At 2 p.m, that's exactly what I meant to say when I
Do I have a second?
did an amendment.
Councillor Parslow, second that. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, Councillor Parslow.
Recent speakers have really mined the whole intention of the criteria. This council intentionally wants people to reach out and work with others, okay? To leverage their assets for the betterment of the whole community rather than a silo of the community. And so whoever was speaking, it might have been staff or somebody, Jeremy or somebody, yeah, they were designed to encourage people to work cooperatively with others, okay? And yes, there have been some discussions. One of the problems for many organizations is that a good sector of their leadership live in the States in the winter, and so dialogue suddenly breaks down. I've been party to some discussions with Dawson Creek Athletic Association and so on, but so I think it's a very good suggestion of inviting them in, and they understand the criteria, and I believe it's within the capacity of the Dawson Creek Athletic Association's tenant, the golf club, to enable the association to qualify for something more than what they've initially seemed to be eligible for. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well said.
Yeah. Did you hear that compliment you got over
What's
there?
that? I'm deaf on this side.
Councillor McDonald gave you a compliment. He said,
Oh, well, I gave
said.
him a compliment. I think
Yeah.
Kyle's wonderful. He thinks just like I asked him to.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, I'm going to call that amendment to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. So back to the original motion. Is there any more discussion on that? No? All right, I am going to call, oh, sorry, Brenda.
Sorry, through your worship, the motion would include inviting all of them to come to attend the next meeting to present, because that was not amended. as far as I'm aware.
all
Were you
of,
still wanting all in the pink?
Well, I think that was the thing, unless Kevin said if they, with the South Peace Health Society, find that they fit in the 100%, that we could make that determination before. So should we, because also I guess if, say, the Campus Kids Daycare or the Chamber of Commerce, they're new, but South Peace Health Society, I guess, is new to this application, but not really because we've dealt with it. But do we need a motion amendment to that so that you can, I guess, is that what you're saying, Brenda? Okay. So I'll make the amendment that if the South Peace Health Service Society, does Councillor Sednick need to leave for this? Yes, okay. So I will wait till he leaves. So I'll make an amendment to the motion that if the South Peace Health Service Society criteria fits in the 100% range, that we will allow that. They don't need to attend in September. Second, Councillor Earl. Well, we will, if their criteria meets the 100%, then they don't need to attend. And if it meets 60 or 80, they might want to attend. Thank you.
So through your worship, at this point then, the motion includes inviting all of the four, except South Peace Health Services Society if they meet the 100% criteria.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what my intent was, yeah. And that was second by Councillor Earl. Oh, Councillor McDonald?
Should we make a decision on the grain growers then?
I think we can deal with this amendment first.
We don't need to invite them back. They've already presented.
No, yeah, they
Right.
won't be because they've already been, but then we can make a decision on the next one with BC grain growers.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, any discussion on that amendment? No? I will call this amendment to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Are you gonna miss us, Brenda?
Didn't want to make things too easy on the last day, but.
Yeah. All right, so now the motion on the floor, was there any other discussion on the motion on the floor, or did you want to?
Are we discussing the grain growers now, or are we gonna wait till another?
So through your worship, as you said, they don't need to come back. They've already presented. And so you have the ability at this meeting to make a decision on the grain growers if you wish, or subsequently you can make that decision on September 11th. But either way, they will not be returning for a presentation.
Yeah, okay.
Your worship, you mentioned you were doing a tour of their facility next week sometime?
Yeah, I think it's next Tuesday, actually. And maybe if we don't deal with it today, but I might just send that invite out to council too. If anybody wants to join me there, I'm sure that they would be more than welcome to.
Yeah, I think that would be prudent if we do have a meeting in between,
Yeah.
just because it gives us a chance to get some more insight. My first glance is that they fall outside what the policy allows for. I have no doubt that the community benefits from the presence of their organization, but with respect to the criteria we've laid out, they don't fit comfortably within it. But maybe a tour and a conversation will give us a chance to see it in a different light.
Okay, thank you. I agree. Thanks, Councillor Earl. All right, well, if there's no other discussion, I'm going to call the motion that's on the floor as amended. Okay. Everybody's clear on the motion? Okay, I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried.
Thank you. I'm going to call a recess. Regular council meeting for Monday, August 14th, 2023, back to order. Our next order of business was 11, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Update. Kevin, over to you.
So through your worship, yeah, just a quick update. Really just revolves around staff, of course, because that's been the theme for the last 6 months. So as you indicated, Ryan McIver's first meeting with the City of Dawson Creek as the new General Manager of Community Services. So welcome to Ryan. And unfortunately, Brenda's last meeting as corporate officer. So yeah, I wanted to kind of emulate what you had to say earlier. Thank Brenda for her 20 years, is it? 20 years. Came to the city from the regional district, came to be the EA at the time. Mayor Dolan, was it? Yes. Mayor Dolan. And then she took on the corporate officer role for how many years now? 15 years. So one thing that I'm often reminded about, because my wife's a corporate officer, is that an organization only needs a few positions, and a CAO is not one of them. But a corporate officer is. So corporate officers are obviously integral to the organization and ensuring that you folks on that side and me over here stay out of the glue and stay out of trouble. And so Brenda has done a phenomenal job over the years of doing that. I am always amazed at how comfortable she is telling us no, and that we can't do that. But that comes with the territory, right? And she's always done a great job with that. Ethics, ethical beyond belief, again, a strong trait for corporate officers. And that is something that I could always count on Brenda. There was never, ever, ever any question about that. So we were lucky to have her. Very sad to see you go, but jealous at the same time. So appreciate everything that you've done for us, for me, the organization, and you will be missed without a doubt. So thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Brenda. You've got to blush twice in a day. All right, next order of business is 12, the diary. Nothing in the diary. No. 13, consent calendar. Get a motion to accept the consent calendar. Councillor McDonald, second. Councillor Sudnick. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Trying to drag this on as long as I can for you, Brenda. But next, we have 14, 2023 strategic priorities. 14.1, 2023 strategic priorities. Kevin.
So just quickly, through your worship, I will be bringing a report to the next council meeting, just updating council on strategic priorities, what's happened with them, any action taken, just really that, a status update. So I'll bring that to the September 11th meeting.
Okay, thank you. This might not be the time. Maybe I should have asked under your CAO update. So just with the recent lift of the fire ban in BC, I know that we had an incident yesterday that was the fire department attended to very quick and it was under control, but just because we've had some moisture up here, it's still dry underneath. So I don't know if, where does that go? They've lifted the fire ban. Do they communicate with us at all on, where that's at? Obviously the community, I think has been really safe and really respected where our province is at, but I still have some concerns with it being lifted right now and what we seen yesterday with the high winds and.
Yeah, so through your worship, the province makes a decision using the best information at that moment in time, but then you look at a day like yesterday and you go, yeah, maybe question that, right? Just how hot, dry, windy it is. I'll talk to the chief. I don't know if it seems like they review it on a weekly basis from a provincial standpoint, because it seems like on Fridays is when they make those announcements. my understanding is that, the forecast for next week does have some significant rainfall in it, but that could change too. So, but I'll check in with the chief. We always have the ability to probably within our boundaries, we could impose a ban if we, felt it was necessary. But we've, purposely been following the ban because, of course, if we can impose it, then people would argue that we could, also remove it when there is a provincial ban on it. We've held fairly fast to the that we were going to follow and emulate whatever the province does. But
okay.
So yeah, we'll see if there's any thoughts or an update coming at the end of the week.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for bringing that out of turn too, but so next 15 media questions. There's no media here. 16, I need a motion to recess. To close, resolution to move into the meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda items 3.1 and 4.1, section 90 minutes as previously noted. Agenda 7.1 and 7.3, section 91J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection Privacy Act. Agenda item 7.2, section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, and expiration of land or improvements if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. Councillor Earl, second Councillor Sudnick, all in favor? Need one more to vote, Councillor Parslow?
Oh, sorry.
Do you know what you're voting for?
Yeah.
Okay, vote is closed. It's carried.
Was that a motion to adjourn?